Chapter 1023. A middle-aged man walked out. His eyes glowed with a strange light, and his aura was ancient and powerful. Whoosh! Whoosh! Many figures flew out from the palace and floated in the air. They were Du Shaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Medicine King Yi Wuming, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, and Yi Piaoling, who had just returned. Sensing the auras of the dozens of figures, Du Shaoqing and the others immediately frowned as their expressions hardened. "Who are you? Why are you looking for my brother?" Du Shaoqing asked. She could feel that the other party was extraordinary and powerful. Their aura was similar to that of the strong cultivator in the space. They were terrifying existences. Demonic beast aura. Your bloodline doesn't seem weak. The middle-aged man looked at Du Shaoqing. He could feel that Du Shaoqing was extraordinary. His gaze swept across the entire place indifferently. He did not take them seriously at all and said, "Ask Du Xiaofu to come out. You lowly creatures from the outside world don't deserve to waste our time." Hearing those words, everyone raised their heads and a cold glint flashed across their eyes. Where did this self-righteous thing come from? Do you want to die? Little Tiger's temper was not good. The blood flowing in his body was the blood of the dark sky tiger, the emperor of beasts. How could he let others be so presumptuous? You're courting death. The middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard this. Then, he sneered and reached out to grab Little Tiger as he shouted. Under this claw, monstrous runes surged. It was as if a brilliant light covered the sky and covered the sun. In the blink of an eye, the claw print became dozens of feet large. It wanted to tear the space apart and crush Little Tiger. Whoosh! Within the claw mark, violent ripples undulated and surged, continuously spreading out. The terrifying pressure caused the faces of the citizens who had surged out from the stone city to change. Under the paw print, a large area of space rippled as if it was about to be torn apart. In a flash, it appeared in front of the Little Tiger. "Let me do it. This guy is already a half-step martial honorable." Just as the Little Tiger was about to attack, Du Shaoqing flew out from Du Xiaoyao's shoulder. Golden light swept out, and a terrifying aura erupted. It was as if a terrifying lord had come into being. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light exploded like the sun, illuminating the entire Twilight Stone City as if it were daytime. The terrifying aura gave off an unparalleled sense of oppression. Du Xiaoyao transformed into a giant golden ape. Her translucent body was wrapped in multicolored light. Her innate spiritual eyes could see everything in the world. She suddenly punched out. The hazy radiance in front of the fist was like the beginning of the world. The space in front of the fist was blurry and distorted, as if it could push through the four directions and suppress everything. In the blink of an eye, the fist and claw violently collided. A low muffled sound resounded in the sky, allowing the entire stone city to clearly hear it. Boom. The sound waves were sonorous and deafening. Runes and energy filled the sky and covered the earth. The vast and mighty energy swept through the sky like a torrent, causing everyone's pupils to shrink. Thud thud, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank. His expression was filled with shock as he suddenly retreated more than 10 steps. Only then did he stabilize his body. A trace of blood then flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, the giant golden ape was like a boulder. It was unshakable and extremely domineering. This result caused the dozens of people who had arrived to be immediately shocked. It looks like a red-bone horse ape. Could it really be that kind of creature? Among the dozens of people, a few of the older people looked at each other, trying to guess the identity of the golden ape. If it really is a red-bone horse ape, then this trip has not been in vain. We'll know once we bring it back. An old man spoke. He looked at Du Xiaoyao's golden ape body with joy in his eyes. "Little thing, when I was born, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. How dare you have designs on me? The old man's words caused Du Xiaoyao to fly into a rage. She opened her mouth and cursed. Presumptuous. Hearing this, the old man was instantly enraged. His aura immediately began to surge. Your tribe is really domineering and arrogant. As the old man spoke, a figure descended from the sky. The newcomer's purple robe fluttered in the wind. His voice was faint and deep. Then, he swept his gaze across the crowd. His clear eyes trembled slightly with a complicated expression, then quietly withdrew them. The newcomer was Du Xiaofu. He recognized the newcomers at a glance. Standing at the front was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He was the one who had brought Du Xiaofu to that tribe. He seemed to be called Protector Qin Yu. As Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, Protector Qin Yu's eyes suddenly trembled. He really didn't die. He can still live after having his heart dug out. This is too strange. He's really alive. He's too similar to Xiaojing's. Among the dozens of figures, there were many exclamations of surprise. Brother. President. Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Medicine King Yi Wuming, and the others immediately gathered beside Du Xiaofu. Their expressions were slightly serious. They knew that the dozens of people who had arrived were not ordinary. The middle-aged man who had attacked just now was only a pawn, but he was already so powerful. Du Xiaofu waved his hand slightly behind him, indicating for the crowd to step back. That tribe was too powerful and he had to face them personally. Lad, since you're not dead, come back with us. Protector Qin Yu spoke as he looked at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with the disdain of a high-level creature toward a low-level creature. Why? Because you're a complete martial honorable? Or because you're from that tribe? Du Xiaofu looked at Protector Qin Yu. His gaze was calm, but there was an invisible sneer in his eyes. Protector Qin Yu's expression gradually turned gloomy. He stared coldly at the purple-robed youth in front of him, as if he had not expected that the lad who should have been dead back then would dare to mock and ridicule him at this moment. It was rumored that this lad was a sovereign heaven's pride, which had caused quite a commotion in the outside world. When the tribe found out, they were extremely puzzled. To prevent further complications, they had come to bring him back. After learning that this lad was related to the ancient heaven sect, the tribe had brought more people this time. Boom! Just as Protector Qin Yu's expression was extremely gloomy, Du Xiaofu's figure fiercely took a step forward. At the same time, a majestic aura spread out from his tall and straight body. Martial Honorable. When Protector Qin Yu felt this aura, his eyes immediately froze on his old face. The lad in front of him had actually broken through to the martial honorable level. Back in that tribe, that lad was only a martial king and had even dug out his own heart. Back then, when that lad's cultivation was only at the martial king level, Protector Qin Yu could treat him as an ant. However, now that he was a martial honorable, even Protector Qin Yu's expression changed. Martial honorable level. Among the younger generation in the tribe, there were definitely less than 40 people who had broken through to the martial honorable level. Therefore, at this moment, how could Protector Qin Yu's expression not change? In just a few years, the lad whose heart had been dug out back then had actually grown to such a level. TSK, I never thought that a person like you, who should have been dead, would have the chance to become a martial honorable. So what if you've just become a martial honorable? It seems that many things have happened to you. Obediently follow us back. After being shocked for a moment, Protector Qin Yu's lips curled into a cold smile. Protector Qin Yu did not need to care about a martial honorable who had just become a martial honorable. He did not need to be wary of ordinary martial honorables in the outside world, let alone a martial honorable who had just become a martial honorable. Old ignorant man, you're not qualified. Du Xiaofu shouted and laughed coldly. His cold gaze swept across Elder Qin Yu. The aura of a perfect martial honorable. To the current Du Xiaofu, Yun Mu was more than enough to deal with him. Even if Du Xiaofu himself were to attack, Du Xiaofu would not be afraid. Back then, this person had brought Du Xiaofu to the tribe and caused him to suffer humiliation and oppression. How could Du Xiaofu forget that kind of humiliation and oppression? He would always remember it in his heart. Now that they had met again, Du Xiaofu had never been a generous person. The coldness in his eyes was self-evident. Elder, Protector Qingyu, leave this person to me. Let me see how weak the mysterious martial honorables in the outside world are. Suddenly, a young man in armor stepped out from among the dozens of figures. He looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He had an imposing appearance and was very extraordinary. Han Yu, I'll leave him to you. Qin Yu nodded and laughed coldly. It's fine as long as he stays alive and returns to the tribe. I got it. The armored young man called Han Yu nodded. His body was wrapped in light as he slowly walked out. After taking 3 steps, a terrifying aura suddenly swept through the sky, causing the clouds in all directions to tremble. As the ancient aura fluctuated, those with weaker cultivations on the ground trembled and prostrated themselves on the ground. The mysterious martial honorable realm. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. This person was not much older than him, but he was already a mysterious martial honorable. This showed how strong that tribe was. To think that such a young martial honorable could appear in the outside world. This is surprising and makes my hands itch. The young man in armor looked at Du Xiaofu with unparalleled confidence and pride. He was the best of his generation in the tribe. The people of the outside world were nothing in his eyes. He smiled coldly, however, you have just become a martial honorable. Before me, you are no different from an insignificant martial emperor. Do you want to surrender or do you want me to beat you up? Make your choice. I've killed quite a few mysterious martial honorables. I don't mind killing one more today. Du Xiaofu looked at the arrogant young man in front of him. Regardless of whether it was the tribe or the young man in front of him, he did not like him. Naturally, he would not be polite. Chapter 1024. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Han Yu's handsome face gradually turned gloomy. He stared at Du Xiaofu with eyes filled with coldness. At this moment, Du Xiaofu stepped into the air as he stared at Han Yu. His purple robes fluttered in the wind. Golden light flashed deep within his clear eyes, emitting a domineering aura. The surrounding crowd looked at these 2 young men, who were about the same age but had incomparably tyrannical auras, facing each other head-on. Their gazes were secretly moved, and there was a meaningful look in their eyes. Han Yu's gloomy gaze stared intently at Du Xiaofu. A strange smile finally appeared on his cold and handsome face. It was filled with a sinister aura as he said, do you think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you played with those children in my clan back then? Being a supreme genius is just a joke. In front of a true expert, it is just a child's game that is not worth mentioning. It does not have much value. His voice was dark and cold as it reverberated in the surrounding air. The coldness in Han Yu's eyes caused the surrounding temperature to rapidly drop. Du Xiaofu looked at Han Yu, seemingly unaffected by the latter's words. He was relaxed and carried a faint smile as he said, you only have that clan behind you. Without that clan, what are you? You have truly angered me. Han Yu was truly furious. His voice was emitted from between his teeth. His anger could no longer be suppressed or concealed. Han Yu had originally only wanted to take a stroll in the outside world. Who would have thought that the brat would look down on him in such a manner? A mere ant from the outside world actually dared to be disrespectful to him. If news of this were to spread back to the clan, he would become a laughing stock in the future. The aura on Han Yu's body began to surge after his words sounded. It gradually surged and overflowed into the sky like a vast ocean, causing Yi Wuming, Little Tiger and the rest in the desolate country to turn solemn. Are you angry just because of this? Your eyes are higher than the sky, but unfortunately, your heart is as thin as paper. Du Xiaofu shook his head faintly, and his expression gradually turned cold. Brat, do you think that I won't dare to kill you just because I want to take you back? At most, I'll delay your death by a few days. Han Yu's voice was cold, and a chill shot out from between his teeth. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. Du Xiaofu laughed coldly. The young man in front of him had a natural sense of superiority towards the outside world, and yet he dared to act so impudently, treating the lives of the living beings of the outside world as if they were ants. Coupled with the hatred of that clan, Du Xiaofu's heart was burning with rage. You will soon know where our sense of superiority comes from. Han Yu couldn't bear it any longer and finally took the initiative to attack. She directly slammed her palm towards Du Xiaofu. Sand and pebbles were sent flying from the stone city below. A terrifying shockwave swept out and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Humph! Du Xiaofu coldly snorted. He waved his sleeve, and a mysterious golden talisman swept out, blocking the shockwave from the former's shockwave. In an instant, the shockwave in the air soared into the sky and turned into a huge wave. Many buildings in the stone city below cracked, and the ground shook. The two of them exchanged blows, and it seemed that they were evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. Han Yu's eyes moved. He was just testing the waters. He didn't expect that Du Xiaofu would actually take it. Bastard, this is my desolate country. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, was cursing loudly. When martial saints fought, the shockwaves from the Qi could very well destroy his stone city and the newly built imperial palace. Seeing the buildings below crack and the earth shake, his heart ached. I don't care what relationship you have with Xiao Jing. In my heart, you are just a jumping clown. Do you really think that you have the right to be arrogant in front of me just because you are some bullshit martial venerables? Han Yu's figure soared into the sky and took another step forward. A majestic aura rushed out from his body like a wave, and immediately swept across the sky above the stone city. Brat, remember me, Han Yu. In the future, this name will be your nightmare, and you will never be able to surpass me. Han Yu's handsome face revealed a sinister smile as he laughed coldly. Terrifying mysterious talisman patterns fluctuated, and an ancient aura descended. He condensed a hand seal, and finally, the mysterious talisman patterns wrapped around his fist. Han Yu's figure swooped down like a meteorite, and turned into a flash of lightning. He carried that terrifying fist and directly shot towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Han Yu's figure swept out, and the space in front of his fist was distorted. His figure fell like a meteorite, and a low muffled sound was endless. Han Yu's cultivation is at the mysterious martial venerable level. Even the Nirvana martial venerables outside would find it difficult to resist. Under the ancient heaven-shaking fist, that brat is courting death. Protector Qin Yu sneered. He didn't put Du Xiaofu in his eyes at all, and was just watching the show. Du Xiaofu looked at the incoming fist calmly, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. He just waved his hand faintly, and golden talismans flickered mysteriously. Suddenly, they condensed into a Depeng golden wing in front of him, protecting him under the golden talisman patterns. The golden wing protection was the technique of the Depeng golden wing, and it was the ultimate defensive technique of the golden wing Depeng clan. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the fist landed, and the terrifying monstrous energy surged into Du Xiaofu's body. It directly destroyed the golden talisman patterns in the shape of the golden wing, and a terrifying airwave swept across the sky. Boom! Du Xiaofu's body was directly pushed back by a step. Han Yu was indeed terrifying. The mysterious martial venerable was able to destroy his golden wing protection, and he was even able to push him back by a step. Du Xiaofu reckoned that even an ordinary martial venerable at the Nirvana realm wouldn't be able to hurt his physical body. However, Han Yu was able to destroy the golden wing protection, and he was still able to push him back. The blood qi in his body was also surging. Putting everything aside, Han Yu was definitely terrifying. He was definitely much more powerful than Jiu Jiuling and Dongli Qihuang. However, Du Xiaofu was only pushed back by a step. He then stomped his foot on the void, and his figure quickly counterattacked. At the same time, a bright talisman pattern exploded in front of Du Xiaofu, and a bright golden handprint suddenly floated above his palm. The light was dazzling, and there was an unparalleled aura spreading out. Xiaoyang seal. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly. In a flash, the Xiaoyang seal directly landed on Han Yu's chest. Everything happened in a flash, and a palm was exchanged for a fist. No one would have thought that Du Xiaofu would fight in such a way. Even Han Yu did not expect this. All of a sudden, a low muffled sound of energy rang out from Han Yu's chest. Bang! The handprint landed, and a terrifying golden rune energy ripple swept out like a stormy sea. The space around Han Yu's body faintly collapsed, and there was a circle of black vacuum traces. It was as if his defense was being destroyed. Pfft! In the next moment, Han Yu's body was like a bird with broken wings. He fell from mid-air and crashed into the stone city, causing the courtyard to collapse into ruins. Blood spurted out of his mouth. As Han Yu fell into the courtyard, Du Xiaofu was expressionless, and his body pounced again. It was unknown when the golden light surged in his eyes, but it was replaced by a purplish gold color. There were electric arcs fluctuating in his eyes, and a thunderbolt swept out, bombarding the ruins where Han Yu had fallen. Ah! As the thunderbolt swept in, Han Yu's miserable shriek was immediately heard. The surrounding ruins collapsed and exploded, and his miserable body was exposed on the ground. He was covered in blood, and electric arcs covered his body. Du Xiaofu's figure swept down, and he glanced at him. Then, he ruthlessly stomped on Han Yu's chest. Pfft! Du Xiaofu's foot landed, and Han Yu once again let out a miserable shriek and spat out blood. All of this caused the dozens of people in the clan to be so shocked that they did not recover from their shock. They could not believe the scene in front of them. At this moment, when they recovered from their shock, it was too late to stop everything. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could crush Han Yu's chest at any time with just a little bit of force, causing him to lose his life in the stone city. An embroidered pillow, unable to withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu looked down at Han Yu with a sneer in his eyes. There was disdain in his eyes, and he said, "How much of a sense of superiority do you have now?" Han Yu lifted his head to look at Lin Fan's face that was looking down at him. He wanted to struggle, but he realized that he had been crushed by a great pressure. Shock and fear finally appeared in Han Yu's eyes. They had just exchanged blows, and he had been defeated in one move. Moreover, he had been defeated in such a miserable manner. Remember my name, Du Xiaofu. From now on, this is your nightmare. Du Xiaofu glanced indifferently at Han Yu, who was under his feet. He thought that the mysterious martial honorable was not too difficult to deal with. High up in the sky, the dozens of powerhouses from the clan looked on, and they were deeply shocked. Perhaps at this moment, they finally understood that the young man from a few years ago in the clan was no longer the same. Back then, they could easily control the purple-robed young man. Now, he had gradually grown up, and a young eagle could already spread its wings. "Kid, let go of Han Yu and come with us. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences." After Protector Qin Yu recovered from his shock, he immediately shouted. His old face was extremely embarrassed. Bang! Du Xiaofu responded to Protector Qin Yu by viciously stomping his foot on Han Yu's chest, causing him to cry out in pain and spit out blood again. "Old thing, why don't you try threatening me again?" Du Xiaofu stepped on Han Yu's chest and looked directly at Guardian Qin Yu as he asked, "From now on, you only have to answer my questions. Otherwise, I'm afraid this kid who can't withstand a single blow is going to suffer a little." "Kid, do you know what you're doing?" Protector Qin Yu said angrily. A cold light surged from his eyes. Chapter 1025. Ah! With a shrill cry, Han Yu spat out blood once again. Du Xiaofu's foot landed and stomped his body almost into the hard stone floor. Brat, Qin Yu was furious, stamping with rage, her aura surging. Old thing, if you say one more word, I'll kill this weak fellow. He will die because of you, so you can't blame me. Or do you want to see if I dare to kill him? Du Xiaofu interrupted Protector Qin Yu with a cold look in his eyes. Protector Qin Yu froze in midair and did not dare to speak. However, if looks could kill, it would not be enough for Du Xiaofu to die 10 times under Han Yu's gaze. Has my sister Xiaojing recovered? Du Xiaofu asked. Protector Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and replied coldly after the leading elder nodded secretly, Xiaojing has recovered and is safe and sound. You promised me back then. Is my father in your clan now? Du Xiaofu continued to ask. He was relieved that his sister Xiaojing was safe and sound. What he was most worried about now was his alcoholic father. Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly and he was hesitant. Speak. Du Xiaofu shouted and his gaze was cold. Looking at Qin Yu's expression, it did not seem like a good thing. Brat, you're too naive. How can an outsider be qualified to enter the clan? What's the harm in telling you? We went to look for him and wanted to get rid of all future troubles. There has been no news, but recently there was some news that Du Tingxian entered Tianhuang mainland and was chased by many experts. I'm afraid he's dead for sure now. Qin Yu sneered. It was absolutely impossible to let Du Tingxian into the clan. He was already being merciful by not taking Du Tingshuan's life back then. As for the promise that the clan made to Du Xiaofu, who would take the words of a dead person to heart? However, they did not expect to find out years later that the person who was bound to die back then was still alive miraculously and seemed to have obtained many opportunities. That was why the clan was curious and wanted to know more. What is Tianhuang mainland? What is going on? Did you guys not take the promise you made back then to heart? When he heard that, Du Xiaofu shouted angrily and his gaze was cold. His alcoholic father Su Yu was in danger and used Daybreak Island. The clan did not take his last request to heart. That had touched Du Xiaofu's daybreak. There are some things that you don't know. You are not qualified. Daybreak. 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 Phew, after taking a deep breath, Du Xiaofu looked at the dozens of figures in the sky. Their eyes were filled with a sense of superiority and contempt. It seems that your clan really thinks that I'm easy to bully. Do you think that I'm a pushover that you can pinch at will, or do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Du Xiaofu said. Kid, Protector Qin Yu seemed to want to say something, but then, as if he had seen something extremely shocking, he shouted, How dare you? Kid, what are you doing? Bang. A low, muffled sound rang out like thunder. The earth shook, the mountains shook, and the ground cracked. Before Protector Qin Yu could finish speaking, Du Xiaofu stomped his foot viciously. Golden light erupted from the sole of his foot, and Han Yu's chest was smashed into a bloody mist. His body exploded into pieces. Han Yu didn't even have the chance to let out a final scream before his soul was completely destroyed under his eyes filled with despair and shock. Han Yu probably didn't expect that Du Xiaofu would really dare to kill him. The entire city was shocked. For the desolate country, seeing Du Xiaofu kill someone was definitely not a rare thing. However, for that clan, they were all shocked and stunned. Someone had actually killed an extraordinary young man from their clan right in front of them. This was something that not many people had dared to do for countless years. Kid, you can't be forgiven today. In the next moment, they all came back to their senses. Their shock was broken, and the space trembled. The dozens of people from that clan unleashed their auras at the same time. The mysterious runes on their talismans emitted a bright light, forming a divine halo that enveloped their bodies. It was as if a saint had descended. What a powerful aura! The stone city trembled. Everyone felt the auras of the dozens of people, and their eyes trembled. It wasn't fear, but a kind of suppression that came from the soul. It made everyone feel small and insignificant. Just the auras of the dozens of people were enough to shake the world. It was unbearable. Rumble. At the same time, Du Xiaoyao, Little Tiger, Du Xiaoqing, Medicine King Yi Wuming, and many other experts directly surged out their auras and began to confront each other. At this moment, almost half of the dozens of people from that clan had reached the honorable realm. It was enough to show that this time, they had made sufficient preparations for Du Xiaofu to guard against the ancient heaven sect. These dozens of people were definitely powerful enough to destroy everything in the outside world. Du Xiaofu, you killed my clan's people. Surrender. Protector Qin Yu said angrily. His voice was almost like a roar. His body was shining with a terrifying light. Do you think the desolate country is your clan's backyard? Kill. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air and shouted. He was not afraid at all. Only his anger erupted like a volcano. That clan had gone too far. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Protector Qin Yu was completely unable to suppress his anger. The mysterious runes on the talisman in his hand went berserk and finally condensed into a seal. It emitted rays of light like a sunset. The pressure immediately spread and shook the stone city. Unbearable aura. In the stone city, countless people went limp. Under Protector Qin Yu's palm, they were like ants. Even their profound qi was suffocating. The palm instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. It emitted a terrifying and ancient fluctuation like a vast ocean. It was difficult for ordinary people to resist. Its power was monstrous. It was not something that an ordinary honorable martial artist could resist. At this moment, even the Medicine King, Little Tiger, and the others behind Du Xiaofu were greatly affected. Their faces were pale, as if their bodies were about to explode from the pressure. This was the terror of an honorable realm expert. Among the billions of people in the world, there were definitely not many who could step into the honorable realm. Qi. At this moment, in a flash, Du Xiaofu waved his hand. A ray of light in the shape of a human flew out from his body. It did not retreat but advanced. It was an awe-inspiring metallic body that was as awe-inspiring as the body of a demon. However, it emitted a sense of perfection that was flawless and flawless. Its body was wrapped and released glowing runes, as if its toughness was even more terrifying than a Tao artifact. The awe-inspiring metal body's limbs and bones wriggled with a sonorous tune. It ignored Protector Qin Yu's palm and attacked fiercely without hesitation. A fist wrapped in runes collided. It was as if the fist was going to shatter space. Boom! As the fist landed, the surrounding space collapsed almost instantly. A pitch-black halo cracked open in the surroundings. A terrifying rune energy aura then spread out from the point of collision. Pfft! A shocking scene appeared. Protector Qin Yu's fist was directly destroyed. His body was then sent flying. He let out a muffled groan and blood spurted out of his mouth. The one who attacked was Du Xiaofu's Yunmu. He had been refined by Yunguang's supremacy of the Divine Light Court. His strength had reached the peak of the extraordinary martial honorable realm. Although Protector Qin Yu was an expert from that clan, he was only a perfected martial honorable. The Yunmu was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu had activated his full strength in anger and directly injured him. Tyrannical Shadow. Du Xiaofu immediately attacked. Just as Protector Qin Yu was knocked back, he waved his hand, and golden light shot out from the depths of the palace. A golden longsword, imbued with the aura of the great fortune of the world, descended. Tyrannical way of the sword. Du Xiaofu's voice rumbled as he slashed down with his sword. His eyes suddenly shone with golden light and his killing intent soared to the sky. Boom! The sword seemed to have the power to split a mountain. It was simple but tyrannical. There were no fancy moves, but the surrounding space immediately trembled violently. Crash! An incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly spread out from the sword, causing the space to tremble violently. Under the astonished gazes of many members of that clan, wherever Du Xiaofu's sword passed, space seemed to directly collapse, revealing traces of a vacuum. How can he be so strong? Protector Qinyu, who was retreating, seemed to have sensed something. His face was pale and lifeless. Then, he suddenly came back to his senses. His eyes widened as he said in surprise, "This is Dao. You've actually comprehended your own sword Dao. You also have the Imperial Dragon Qi and the aura of heaven and earth on your body." Protector Qinyu, who was already in a sorry state, quickly retreated, not daring to resist. "You're still running. Too late." Du Xiaofu shouted coldly. His sword radiance swept out and the tyrannical shadow's golden sword whip suddenly swept out like a thunderbolt. It swept across the air unexpectedly. Protector Qinyu's expression changed drastically when he felt the strange change in Du Xiaofu's sword radiance behind him. The terrifying sword light contained a sword intent that made even Qinyu feel fear. The sword intent enveloped the void and climbed up his heart, making him feel fear. He was afraid that if he touched it in a panic, even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. Furthermore, the Imperial Dragon Qi was collapsing and the aura of heaven and earth was collapsing. At this moment, even a perfected martial honorable like Qinyu was trembling in fear. Chapter 1026. At this moment, Qinyu finally realized that the young man in front of him, whom he had never even looked at, had become so powerful in just a few years. "Elder Qinqiong, save me." At this moment, Protector Qinyu's eyes were filled with shock. She finally opened her mouth and cried for help. "You have Ao Tong's blood on you, so you're definitely not simple. Unfortunately, it's over now." A faint voice was heard. The leader of the clan, who had been silent all this time, spoke. His figure flashed and froze the space. In an instant, the entire stone city was immobilized. At this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly trembled. The qi in his body stagnated, and his primordial spirit trembled. Everything was suppressed. "No matter who you are, no matter where you come from, you can't touch my disciple." An old but domineering voice was heard. A figure then appeared in the sky. There were flaming lightning arcs raging in the surrounding void. The frozen space then recovered most of its normalcy. The man's hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. It was the weapon revered Xiaohu Fenglei. "You're finally willing to come out. I'd like to see what you're capable of." The leader of the clan looked calm, and his eyes shone with a dazzling light. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and a terrifying energy gushed out. Dazzling runes appeared, and the vibrating space rippled endlessly, sweeping toward the weapon revered. "You've only stepped foot in the martial field not long ago. I'm not afraid of you." The weapon revered waved his hand, and a wave of flaming lightning turned into a wave that collided with the elder. The two suddenly collided, but there was no thunderous explosion in the void. The two just collided, and then quietly dissipated in the void. Kill. In the void, Du Xiaofu did not stop. Although he was surprised by the strength of the leader of the clan, he was not too worried. When the space was restored, Du Xiaofu's golden sword whip swept out like a bolt of lightning, and immediately wrapped around Qinyu. Qinyu hurriedly tried to block with all his strength, and all kinds of protective means were activated, but at this moment, they all seemed hurried and weak. Qi, the leading elder, Qinqiong, appeared behind Qinyu. He held Qin Yu in one hand and retreated. Instantly, he seemed to merge with space and was about to escape Du Xiaofu's golden sword whip. However, how could Du Xiaofu let go of this rare opportunity so easily? If it weren't for the lack of the Imperial Palace's dragon aura and hegemon shadow around the palace, it wouldn't be easy to touch Qin Yu in the future. Retreat in one piece? That's impossible. We have to leave something behind. Du Xiaofu sneered and poured all of his profound qi into the tyrant's shadow. The golden sword whip let out the roar of a dragon and the roar of a rock. Then, its power increased sharply and its light shone brightly, instantly wrapping around Qin Yu's right leg. Qin Yu was pulled back, but she let out a miserable shriek. Her right leg had been cut off by the golden sword whip. Blood splattered in the air. Even a martial revered at the level of great perfection of Qin Yu would not be able to escape having his leg broken. The power of Tyrant Shadow at this moment was not something that mortals could withstand. The venerable weapon approached Du Xiaofu and said, "Be careful, it's the martial domain realm." Slash, slash. After the venerable weapon said that, two silhouettes appeared in the sky. One of them was Jin Qingchun and the other was the venerable golden rock from the ancient sky sect. Hu Sanquan, Shui Rohan, Yin Machun and the others had gone back to the ancient sky sect, but the venerable golden rock had stayed in Shicheng. When these two people appeared, their invisible auras spread out, causing the eyes of the leader of the clan, Qin Qiong, to shrink slightly. He softly said, "This small place actually has a 9-star and 2 half regions. Looks like I've underestimated you." Zhen Qingchuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He recognized a few of the people in front of him. They were the people from the clan who had taken Du Xiaofu away back then. In the end, Du Xiaofu's heart was dug out, and he narrowly escaped death. These people probably didn't come here for anything good. I know who you are. As far as I know, you've been restricted. You can't appear on Kyushu as you wish. Otherwise, someone will deal with you. The venerable golden rock frowned as he looked at the people from that clan. He seemed to know who they were. Do you think there's anyone in the world who has the strength to restrict us? Asked Qin Qiong, looking at the venerable golden rock. Said the venerable golden rock, you should ask yourself. If you're not afraid, why don't you come out? You three won't be able to protect that little boy today. Qin Qiong's eyes flickered as he said to venerable golden rock, venerable artifact, and Jin Qingchun, it wasn't easy for the three of you to cultivate to this level. It's best if you don't interfere. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll only bring disaster upon yourselves. Ridiculous. If you knew that you couldn't do anything to me, you would have attacked already. I, Xiahou Fenglei, have dominated the central continent for thousands of years. Do you think you can scare me? Venerable artifact master Xiahou Fenglei's terrifying aura rippled out from his body, lightning crackled around him, and he was not afraid of Qin Qiong at all. Today, none of you will be able to touch a single hair on my disciple. Du Xiaofu looked around. There was only one martial domain realm cultivator among the dozens of people. He said to Jin Qingchun, Brother Qingchun, activate the array. He, good. I'd like to see what's so great about that clan. Said Jin Qingchun with a cold smile. He formed a seal with his hands and activated the mysterious array that he had set up in the stone city. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, dazzling runes appeared and formed a light screen. It channeled the energy of heaven and earth and combined with the Imperial Palace's dragon qi to protect the stone city. Jin Qingchun, the prodigy of the sacred array, was able to defeat the 9 superpowers with his attainments in the array. Few people in the central continent could compete with him. One could only imagine the power of the array that he had set up. What a powerful array! The young man from the clan was shocked and his expression turned serious. At that moment, dozens of people were trapped in the array. Light surrounded them and froze the space. The array is not weak. It's a pity that it can't stop me. Said Qin Qiong. He waved his hand and a rolling aura surged out. It turned into countless flames that burned like a prairie fire, trying to destroy the terrifying array. Boom boom boom, the space trembled and runes flickered. There was a faint suppressive aura of heaven and earth. The blazing runes covered the entire stone city. At that moment it was as bright as day under the night sky. The talisman array shook, but in the end, it still enveloped the stone city like an iron wall. Chen Qiong was unable to tear it apart and he finally started to look serious. Do you think my array is so easy to break? Zhen Qingchun sneered. He had set up the array himself and combined it with the Imperial Palace's dragon qi. Naturally, he knew that a martial domain realm cultivator would not be able to escape without paying the price. Bullying me, coaxing me, lying to me. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? The barren country is not a place for you to be impudent. Du Xiaofu was furious. His voice was sharp and majestic. It was like thunder that shook the array. Kill! The Imperial Palace's dragon qi surged and a dragon's roar resounded. Du Xiaofu crossed the space and held the tyrant shadow in his hand. Sword radiance filled the sky and shook the space. He slashed at the dozens of people trapped in the array. He was going to start a massacre. How dare you! Chen Qiong shouted loudly, his voice like thunder. At this moment, he was also enraged and was about to attack Du Xiaofu. Your opponent is me. The honorable weapon attacked. 3,000 quaking thunder turned into a sea of thunder and was released in the array. Together with Zhen Qingchun, it covered the sky and destroyed everything. Attack! How could the dozens of experts from the clan be weak? Powerful ancient auras swept out. Most of them were at the honorable realm. Now that things have come, we can't be afraid. Kill! The honorable Golden Rock shouted coldly. Those who had comprehended the Golden Rock's ultimacy were not cowards. They immediately pounced out and golden light shot out and swept across the sky. Rumble! Yunmu attacked with irresistible force and instantly tore a mysterious honorable martial artist into pieces. The mysterious honorable martial artists from the clan were not immortal. They were also humans. Sizzle, Du Xiaofu waved his sword and chopped down. The terrifying energy turned into ripples of qi and runes. It was like a tsunami that suddenly swept across the void. Roar, monstrous energy instantly exploded with the roar of the dragon and the roar of the rock. Several martial emperors and a new honorable martial artist were turned into a bloody mist. You provoked me. I don't care who you are. Kill! The holy array prodigy, Zhen Qingchun, laughed coldly and activated the talisman array. Countless terrifying talisman energies, accompanied by the aura of heaven and earth, turned into a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. It was like an arc of light that instantly filled the void. Rumble, suddenly, under the terrifying energy, it was as if countless lightning bolts were descending. The high-level honorable martial artists from the clan were horrified. They tried their best to resist, but in the end, several of them were still destroyed. At that moment, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Shou Sha, Phantom, and the others who were in the array could not get involved. Behind them, North Vanquishing Prince and many others could only watch in shock. They could not get close. Nice doctrine artifacts. They're mine. They're all mine. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao's gigantic golden ape body was moving unhindered within the talisman array. His eyes were filled with greed as he swallowed the Dao artifacts and treasures that fell from the clan members one after another. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, his purple robe fluttering. He held the tyrannical shadow in his hand. His black hair was draped over his shoulders and his golden eyes were filled with lightning. He looked around and there was a faint shadow of a golden dragon around him. He had a majestic aura and his aura filled the sky. It was as if an emperor had descended and crossed the sky. Under this kind of power, even many of the experts in that clan were secretly frightened at this moment. Du Xiaofu, how dare you attack? You'll bring disaster to the entire Du family. Qin Qiong, who was fighting with the honorable weapon, was trapped by the honorable weapon and could not get away. He was exasperated. Then I'll kill all of you. Let's see how you can threaten me. Du Xiaofu's killing intent was fierce. He looked coldly at them and activated the golden rock wings on his back. Golden light rose and he held the tyrannical shadow in his hand and rushed out again. At that moment, Du Xiaofu was furious and wanted to kill them all. Du Xiaofu knew that even if he let these people go, they would definitely send more powerful people to bully him in the future. It was better to kill them until they were afraid. Maybe they would have scruples and he could buy some time. Moreover, these people did not keep their words and had cheated and bullied him. How could he not kill them? Today's update is complete. Chapter 1027. Boom! Du Xiaofu waved his sword. The Imperial Palace's dragon Qi accompanied the overbearing way of the sword and released a terrifying surge of energy. It surged forward like a golden ocean. Whoosh! Yunmu attacked. She was a transcendent martial honorable and had a puppet body. At this moment, she was like a killing machine. Even the experts of that clan would find it difficult to resist. Kill! The dozens of people of that clan also attacked with all their might. Dazzling light rays descended like stars. Each of them had strength that surpassed those of the same cultivation level in the outside world. Their martial veins were terrifying, their talents were extraordinary, their techniques were heaven-defying, and their auras were ancient. They were indeed not easily comparable to those of the outside world. However, at this moment, the ones attacking were Du Xiaofu and Yunmu, as well as the honorable weapon, Qin Qingchun, and the honorable golden rock. Other than Qin Qiong, no one else had the cultivation level to restrain Qin Qingchun and the honorable golden rock. Although the dozens of people of that clan attacked with all their might, under the attacks of Du Xiaofu, Yunmu, the honorable golden rock, and Qin Qingchun, the energy surged forward. The terrifying energy waves and talisman array energy directly sent dozens of people flying. Some of them ended up vomiting blood, and some of them directly died. Bastards, you don't know who you have provoked. You will regret it. Qin Qiong was truly angry and roared loudly. This time, he had come to bring Du Xiaofu back. Who would have thought that he would suffer such a crushing defeat? Many of his clan members were actually killed in the outside world. I don't care who you are. Do you really think that no one in this world can defeat you? The honorable golden rock roared. Golden light shone brightly like a golden-winged rock soaring through the sky. He was domineering and fierce, and his attacks swept through everything. Kill! Du Xiaofu waved his sword and slashed out again and again. A Nirvana martial honorable of that clan dodged, but under the continuous sword radiance, one of his arms was finally chopped off. He screamed in pain and his eyes were filled with fear. This was within the talisman array. Qin Qingchun controlled the void. The terrifying attacks were all confined within the talisman array space and did not sweep through the stone city. Otherwise, Stone City would have been razed to the ground. Even so, the rumbling sounds of energy continued to ring out, causing Yi Wuming and the rest to tremble. The space was so chaotic that nothing could be seen. Everyone could only see incomparably resplendent runes leaking out. The space was boiling, as if it would explode at any moment. Pucci, within the control of the void array glyphs, people were constantly coughing up blood and being wounded. They were unable to stop Venerable Golden Rock and Qin Qingchun's talisman array attacks. Du Xiaofu also specifically targeted those with weaker cultivations. Yunmu was also a complete killing machine. Soon after, miserable cries sounded again. Someone had their flesh hacked apart by Du Xiaofu, their primordial spirits escaping. There were also people who were torn apart by the clouds. The meridian souls they activated were suppressed by the Golden Rock Venerable and Du Xiaofu's golden-winged Great Rock technique. This was a terrifying battle that shook the heavens. Break the array! Chen Qiong shouted as he used all his strength to break free from the restraints of venerable weapon Xiahou Fenglei. His divine ability was superb. Mysterious runes surged as he spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which then transformed into a huge grey dragon. The grey dragon was surrounded by grey mist. The dragon had 5 claws, as if it was a real dragon. Roar! The grey dragon roared within the array. It was a shocking scene. The grey dragon rolled endlessly. Its body was incomparably huge as it continuously resisted the venerable weapon's attacks. It also crashed into the array, constantly emitting resplendent light. Break! Chen Qiong shouted, his face pale. It seemed that he had used all his strength. The grey dragon crashed into the array one last time, causing a dazzling rain of light to erupt in the sky. Rumble! Then, the entire stone city shook. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. In the distant Savage Beast mountain range, thousands of beasts roared and countless mountains collapsed. Finally, the array cracked and a long crack was torn open. Puchi! Zhen Qingchun coughed up blood and staggered back. The array in the sky was shattered. Let's go! Elder Chen Qiong shouted, calling for the remaining people of the clan to leave. Immediately, the figures ran away quickly, not daring to stay any longer. They had never taken the people of the outside world seriously, but this time, they were in an extremely sorry state. Qi La, the sky was torn open. Elder Chen Qiong led the people of the clan away. Protector Qin Yu, who was heavily injured, was lucky enough to survive. He left in fear. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky in front of him. He did not chase after them, as he could not catch up. That clan had dozens of people, but at this moment, nearly 20 corpses were left in a bloody mist, including a few venerable-level cultivators. Damn it, they actually ran away. Du Xiaoyao turned into a golden macaque and jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder. He licked his lips, as if he had not had enough. Those Dao artifacts and treasured artifacts were delicacies to him. They were absolute nourishment. Citizens of the desolate country, there is no need to panic. Those who offend the desolate country will not have a good ending. Kill without mercy. Du Xiaofu looked around. Countless shocked gazes were cast over, and the sound waves spread out, echoing in the distance. A moment later, in the side hall of the palace, only Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Chen Qingchun, Venerable Golden Rock, Du Xiaoqing, Medicine King Yi Wuming, and Weapon Sovereign Xiahou Fenglei were present. Grandmaster, that clan, who are they? Du Xiaofu asked the Venerable Golden Rock. From the Venerable Golden Rock's tone, it seemed that he knew some of the origins of that clan. I didn't expect you to be related to them. The Venerable Golden Rock looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed. He said softly, if it wasn't for Muhan, our ancient heaven sect wouldn't know much about those people. Rather than saying that they are a clan, it would be better to say that they are a family. They are not just a clan, but a sect. Rumor has it that there are 9 of them. What kind of existences are they? Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was slightly confused. It turned out that there was more than one clan in that clan. There were actually 9 of them. If I'm not wrong, those 9 should be Buddha, Tao, Confucian, Nong, Mo, Yin, Ming, Fa, and Zongheng. Venerable Weapon said. He also knew some legends. At his cultivation level, he had heard many legends in this world. The Venerable Golden Rock nodded to the Weapon Sovereign and said, it is indeed these 9 families. However, not many people in the ancient heaven sect know about them. They only know that after a great calamity, the remaining people of the 9 families were restricted by a mysterious expert. They were not allowed to appear on Kyushu for no reason, or they would be severely punished. The rumors are indeed not groundless. Zhen Qingchun smiled, slightly shocked. He had heard many legends before, and his sect had also mentioned them. However, at that time, he really didn't pay much attention to them. Buddha, Tao, Confucian, Nong, Hamo, Yin, Ming, Fa, Zongheng, Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart, remembering them in his heart. He didn't know which family his mother's clan belonged to, but at least now he finally knew the origin of that clan. They are too strong. If they were at the same level of cultivation, they would not be able to resist them at all. They are strong enough to suppress everyone at the same level of cultivation. They all have unusual martial veins and spiritual roots. The weapon sovereign's eyes narrowed. The people of that clan were too powerful. He was facing Qin Qiong, who was at the martial domain realm. They were at the same level of cultivation, and he also had the help of the 3,000 spiritual thunder. Yet, he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Du Xiaofu did not have much time to pay attention to those powerful existences. His face was solemn and his eyes were filled with worry. Then, he asked his master, Zhenqing Chun, and Grandmaster, Golden Rock Sovereign, what kind of place is Tianhuang mainland? This world is vast and boundless. There are Kyushu in the world, and the middle state is only one of them. There are also countless dangerous places, secret places, and barren lands that no one has ever set foot in. There is a saying, the three continents Kyushu realm, which can roughly describe the vastness of this world. Golden Rock Sovereign looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Tianhuang mainland is one of the three continents. It is a barren land that no one has ever dared to enter. It is rumored that there are great opportunities hidden there, but it is the burial place of all living beings. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate and said to Golden Rock Sovereign and the others, I want to go to Tianhuang mainland. It is too dangerous there. It is a barren land full of dangers. Even if you reach there with your current cultivation, you might not be able to protect yourself. Countless martial domain realm experts have died in Tianhuang mainland. It is rumored that even martial domain realm and 9-star spiritual talisman masters have died in Tianhuang mainland, Golden Rock Sovereign said to Du Xiaofu seriously. No matter what, I have to go. My drunkard father is there. I have to go. Du Xiaofu sighed softly. He had already made his decision. Qin Yu had said that his drunkard father was on Tianhuang mainland and was being hunted down by many people. This made Du Xiaofu want to go to Tianhuang mainland as soon as possible. That place is no joke. It's filled with danger and people from all walks of life mixed together. Many independent cultivators are hiding there, and there are also many ferocious birds and beasts that are hibernating there. All of them want to search for the legendary and illusory fortune there. You have to be careful if you want to go there. I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a period of time, and I'll come look for you if I make any progress. Zhenqing Chun did not stop Du Xiaofu. He knew that no one could stop him now, and he would definitely go. If you really want to go to Tianhuang mainland, set off from the ancient heaven sect. That place is outside Kyushu. Martial venerables can travel through the air. It will take several months to get there. Chapter 1028. The Venerable Golden Rock looked at Du Xiaofu and said, there's a wormhole in the ancient heaven sect that leads directly to Tianhuang city. You can go to Tianhuang mainland from there. I'll tell you more about Tianhuang mainland and its surroundings on the way back. I'll make a trip back to the 7 Stars Hall first. If there's a need, I'll meet you in the Tianhuang mainland. Some time ago, the 7 Stars Hall received news that there seemed to be some changes in the Tianhuang mainland. Perhaps the 7 Stars Hall will really have to make a trip to the Tianhuang mainland when the time comes, Weapon Venerable Xiahou Fenglei said. Du Xiaofu nodded. Then, he arranged everything in the desolate country overnight. He left everything to the Medicine King Yi Wuming and Murong Yoruo. The World Society and the Du family were left to his second brother Du Yunlong and eldest sister Du Xiaoman. He left behind the Phantom, the Beast Killer, the Evil Soul, and the blood vine spirit to guard the desolate country. His eldest brother Zhen Qingchun was also in the desolate country, so he was relieved for the time being. Du Xiaofu guessed that if that clan wanted to take revenge, he was not in the Stone City. Perhaps that clan would not invade on a large scale. There's something I want to discuss with you. I have some family feuds that I want to settle, so I need to bring Brother Wei with me. Under the moonlight, Yi Piaoling asked Du Xiaofu. His eyes were sharp under his bangs, and there was an invisible wave of fierce killing intent spreading out. In the past few years, Yi Piaoling's name had spread throughout the Central Plains. Back then, when the 8 brothers stepped onto the lightning platform in the sealed ancient land, they had left a deep impression on everyone. I have to go to Tianhuang mainland as soon as possible. I can't go with you. Let the phantom, the beast killer, the evil soul, and the blood vine spirit accompany you. Du Xiaofu said. He roughly knew what Yi Piaoling needed to do. Back in the dark forest, there was an expert who attacked him. The crimson palm on Yi Piaoling's body seemed to be related to that matter. Yi Piaoling's eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at the night sky. His eyes were sharp, and his fierce killing intent spread out. Back then, I said, if I don't, I'll you mountain, sect, I'll kill them all. You are a member of the Barren Nation and the World Society. You are the leader of the Heavenly General Guards. No matter what happens, the Barren Nation and the World Society will be behind you. Du Xiaofu Yi Piaoling said Piaoling. Du, is, in the country, the Huang mainland DC country, the is, in the to the inside country before dawn, in the in country before dawn's a geese he. In the back mountain of the Du family, Ouyang Shuang stomped her feet and cursed angrily. It said that Tianhuang mainland isn't a good place. Little Green, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao are all powerful. It's for your own good that he didn't let you go, Murong Yorua said to Ouyang Shuang with a smile. Strength. I need to increase my strength. I can't be further away from him. Ouyang Shuang murmured. Her big and beautiful eyes rippled. In the calm sky, a huge black tiger flapped its wings and streaked across the sky. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on the little tiger's back, listening to the Golden Rock's description of the world. The 3 continents of Kyushu were the ancient wilderness continent, Tianhuang mainland, and Shenhuang mainland. Kyushu was the Shang continent, Han continent, Ning continent, Lan continent, Middle continent, Wan continent, Yu continent, Cloud continent, and Thunder continent. As for the last continent, it referred to the first region and the first world. The first region was not the spirit region, but the beast region. It was said that it was a vast world of demonic beasts. It was much larger than any of the continents in Kyushu. The first world was the demonic world. It was said that it was the place where the demonic beasts of this world lived. Du Xiaofu knew that the world was so vast. The 3 continents of Kyushu were the first world. It was a vast and boundless world. Just the middle continent was already incomparably vast. The world is much bigger than I imagined. Du Xiaofu said softly. The world was much bigger than he imagined. Many people didn't know how big the world was. Many people were frogs in a well. One could only know as much as they had the strength to do so. The world is vast and experts are as common as clouds. Do you think that you are a true expert when you become a martial honor? Do you think that you are invincible after reaching the martial domain realm and the 9-star realm? The Golden Rock asked Du Xiaofu with a smile. There is no end to the number of experts. I'm afraid that there are still experts among the experts. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment, then said to the Golden Rock Honorable. Of course. Hearing this, the Golden Rock Honorable raised his eyes slightly and sighed, you must be careful in the Tianhuang mainland this time. That is not a good place. Du Xiaofu nodded. He chatted with his Grand Master, the Golden Rock Honorable for a long time. He had gained a lot of knowledge about the world and heard many strange things. In the Middle Continent, as the battle between the martial domain realm experts of the desolate country spread, it was vividly described and exaggerated. It caused the clouds to move and countless forces were moved. The martial domain realm experts were defeated in the desolate country and fled pathetically. Many martial honors died in the stone city. When the news spread, the desolate country was established in the Middle Continent. The name of the demon king, Du Xiaofu, also became more and more famous. When Du Xiaofu and his Grand Master, the Golden Rock Honorable, arrived at the ancient heaven sect, they first paid a visit to their master, Gu Qingyang. Then, they were summoned by Sima Taxing to the ancient heaven sect's main hall. Then you came at the right time. If you hadn't come back, I would have had to send someone to look for you. When Sima Taxing saw Du Xiaofu, he immediately said seriously, Grand Master, the Golden Rock Honorable, has already told me about what happened in the desolate country. You asked the Manchu to help you find your father, Du Tingxian. There is finally news. Your father has indeed appeared in the Tianhuang mainland. How is my father now? Du Xiaofu asked nervously. This way, he was even more certain that his drunkard father was in the Tianhuang mainland. I don't know what to say about your father's situation. Sima Taxing smiled wryly and continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. The Manchu has received news that a great opportunity has appeared in the Tianhuang mainland. There are signs of the divine thunder manner appearing. Only the younger generation can obtain this great opportunity. Right now, the various major forces in Kyushu, the beast realm, the demon realm, and even the terrifying forces that have been restricted may send their younger generation disciples this time. That place is not restricted by them. Sima Taxing had already learned about everything that had happened in the desolate country from the Golden Rock Honorable. The arrival of the reclusive clans in the Stone City was closely related to Du Xiaofu. Thus, he also mentioned that the terrifying forces that had been restricted may also interfere this time. Divine Thunder Manor. Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly twitched. He had never heard of it before. The Divine Thunder Manor is an ancient legend. It is said that during the Great Calamity back then, there were several terrifying figures that could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest experts of the 9 clans. It was truly terrifying. One of them was called Jinlei Tensei. He was very famous and the Divine Thunder Manor was the manor he left behind. It is said that the Divine Thunder Manor contains Jinlei Tensei's lifetime legacy. Anyone who can obtain it will become a top expert in the world. Unfortunately, this has always been a legend. However, traces of the Divine Thunder Manor have finally appeared in the Tianhuang mainland. Sima Taxing's glass-like eyes flickered as he said, the legacy left behind by Jinlei Tensei is enough to move the 9 clans. This time, regardless of whether the appearance of the Divine Thunder Manor on the Tianhuang mainland is real or not, it is destined to be a fierce battle. Someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the strongest experts of the 9 clans. No one in the world can remain unmoved by the legacy of such an expert. Du Xiaofu pondered. If he had known about such benefits earlier, he would have gone to try his luck. However, compared to this, his drunkard father was more important to Du Xiaofu. He asked, then how is my father now? According to the news from the Manchu, there is a person called Du Tingxian who is now one of the most famous people on the Tianhuang mainland. It is said that he obtained a great opportunity and killed many venerables from various major forces. It is said that he even killed a dragon, a true dragon. Sima Taxing gasped secretly when he heard this. He looked at Du Xiaofu and wondered what kind of father and son were they. The son was ferocious and terrifying, but the father was not willing to fall behind and killed a true dragon. Chapter 1029. A true dragon was an existence that even the people of the 9 great families would not dare to touch. My drunkard father killed a true dragon. Du Xiaofu was also taken aback when he heard this. It is said that the dragons are furious and are searching the entire Tianhuang mainland to find your father. Many other forces are not inferior to the ancient Sky sect and are also hunting your father down. However, there is no news of your father's death so far. Even if your father is temporarily safe, he is definitely not feeling well. Sima Taxing frowned. He could imagine being hunted down by countless experts on the Tianhuang mainland, including the dragons. He could imagine how dangerous it was. I want to go to the Tianhuang mainland immediately. Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice, his eyes shining. His drunkard father was in danger and killing intent was everywhere. This made Du Xiaofu unable to stay for a moment. Yesterday, the experts of the Manchu protected a lot of Ruoxuihan. Yi Machen and the others have already gone to the Tianhuang city. I have already made arrangements. When the time comes, the Manchu will open a wormhole for you alone, Sima Taxing said. Du Xiaofu nodded. He also had a certain understanding of wormholes. At least Du Xiaofu was now a proper 8-star spirit talisman master. He knew that wormholes could only be built by an 8-star spirit talisman master and above, or even by a 9-star spirit talisman master. Every time the wormhole was activated and maintained, it would consume an enormous amount of resources. Since he was going to the Tianhuang mainland, his senior brother Sima Taxing and Master Gu Qingyang naturally had to give him some instructions. The two of them also knew about Du Xiaofu's cultivation and strength, so they were not too worried. The next morning, in the depths of the ancient Sky sect. In a mountain range, a wormhole was activated in a valley. The glyph matrix was dazzling as runes flickered. In the end, a spatial passage appeared. Sima Taxing said to Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and Little Tiger, generally, there is no danger in the wormhole, but it is inevitable to encounter special circumstances. I wish you good luck. Drunkard Dad, you have to hold on, I'm coming to help you. Du Xiaofu said softly. Then, he stepped into the space and left with Du Xiaoqing, Du Xiaoyao, and the Little Tiger. They disappeared into the space tunnel. Kyushu is stirred up. This time, I'm afraid it will be a fierce battle. The world will be in chaos. Is this a sign? Sima Taxing looked at the entrance of the wormhole that disappeared. Lu Li's eyes were deep and dignified. In the empty and misty space, runes flickered everywhere like stars. It was as if they were shuttling through time and space, which surprised Du Xiaofu. In the wormhole, as the runes flickered, Du Xiaofu seemed to have comprehended something. Tianhuang mainland, Divine Thunder Mansion. This time, I must get it. In front of the courtyard of the Great Will sect, a tall and slender young man in a red robe with golden hair stood quietly. His eyes were dazzling and no one dared to look directly at him. He was the reincarnated saint of the Great Will sect, Dongli Chihuang. Back then, he lost on the lightning platform and finally took second place. He had been quiet for the past few years and did not make any big moves. You must be careful this time. Kyushu will participate. Those people might appear as well. An old man who looked somewhat similar to Dongli Chihuang looked at Dongli Chihuang and said, the ancient heaven sect will naturally receive the news. Du Xiaofu might go as well. He has broken through to Martial Saint and is a strong opponent for you. In addition, there are rumors that there are many human sovereigns among the younger generation above Kyushu. They are also strong opponents for you. Kyushu will participate. This is a truly grand event. I look forward to it. The eyes of the easternly scarlet phoenix flashed, her entire body glowing with a brilliant light. Her voice was indifferent, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. That Du Xiaofu, I was careless back then and broke through to the Zun realm. This isn't strange, he's truly extraordinary. Dongli Chihuang paused and a faint coldness flashed in his eyes. He said, he is only Martial Saint. I broke through before him and refined the dragon chi of the Stone Dragon Empire for my own use. If I see him in Tianhuang mainland, I will tell the entire Kyushu that he is no longer my opponent. The old man said, you still have to be careful of that kid. He is not simple. Is there any news about Xingnan? Dongli Chihuang was silent for a while and then asked the old man. She should be in the Divine Light Court. Now that the Divine Light Court has an unusual relationship with the devil religion, they have become the target of public criticism. You better stay away from the Divine Light Court. Our great cause cannot be ruined. The old man reminded Dongli Chihuang. Although you are my father in this life, I am also the reincarnated saint. My primordial spirit has begun to awaken and I have obtained the great power of my previous life. You don't have to say much about what I do. Dongli Chihuang looked at the old man and said. There was an aura in his eyes that made people's hearts tremble. Understood. The old man nodded and there was a faint trace of respect and awe in his eyes. Under the blue sky, between the silver ridge and the green grass, there were continuous ancient pagodas and a few magnificent halls clustered around the moon like stars. There were countless ancient statues around and their expressions were vivid. The winding path led to a secluded place and there were meditation rooms and flowers. The mountain path turned and a vermilion ancient hall was hidden among the lush ancient trees. A few white lotus flowers were slightly blooming and exuded a fragrance. In the hall, there was an ancient Buddha with lowered eyelids and benevolent eyes. The hall was filled with smoke and there was a solemn atmosphere. A bald young man sat cross-legged under the ancient Buddha. He had a high nose bridge and fair skin. His face was as delicate as jade and there were 9 ring scars on his head. They were like 9 mysterious runes that shone brightly. Chongling, there is a movement in Tianhuang mainland. It is a serious matter. Be careful. A faint voice faintly reverberated in the hall. Yes. The young man nodded and opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with divine light and they were like the stars in the sky. It was impossible to look away. There was a faint luster flowing on his sparkling skin and his aura could calm one's soul and heart. However, he also gave off an aura of supremacy. Between heaven and earth, there were many forces surging and countless experts of the younger generation began to head towards Tianhuang mainland. There was no sense of time in the wormhole. There seemed to be no concept of time in this space. Chi La, finally, space rippled, and a hazy and faintly discernible misty rune rose from the end of the wormhole, emitting countless rays of light. Subsequently, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Xiaohu, and Du Xiaoyao appeared in a valley. There might be a divine thunder manor in Tianhuang mainland. It will reappear soon. You must be careful. Be careful. Try not to split up. Be careful. Just as Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger appeared, they heard many loud shouts. The 4 of them scanned their surroundings. This valley was originally very flat but there were many wormholes now. In the surrounding void, a few blurry figures appeared and descended. There were hundreds of people at most and hundreds of people at least. They all had a terrifying aura. Du Xiaofu was stunned. There were wormholes everywhere. Many young men and women were powerful. He could sense the aura of many supremacy experts without much probing. Listen up, there are great opportunities in Tianhuang mainland that are hard to come by. This is also an opportunity for the younger generation. You might be able to obtain great opportunities inside. It's normal for you to die without a burial ground. Everything will depend on yourselves. Everyone, follow us. We will go into Tianhuang city to find out some information. There were many shouts in the surroundings. They were all elders protecting the younger generation disciples. Du Xiaofu looked around and saw many supremacy experts. Some even had the aura of a chaotic element martial venerable. There were also many experts of the beast race among them. These should be people from the major forces and families above Kyushu. Du Xiaofu looked around the valley. There were figures everywhere with extraordinary auras. So many of them have treasures and extraordinary elixirs. Du Xiaoyao said. It was born to be able to sense treasures and elixirs. At this moment it was almost drooling. I wonder how little star is doing. Seeing Du Xiaoyao's appearance, Du Xiaofu could not help but think of Little Star and the 3-year agreement with the purple flame demonic phoenix. It seemed that it was almost time. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion in the valley. Terrifying energy was like a dazzling wave that surged and roared. It was extremely spectacular. Rumble, the terrifying aura dispersed. Resplendent light filled the area as symbols shattered. The collision caused the earth to tremble and the mountains to shake. The entire world was rumbling. The ground kept cracking. The scene was shocking. Terrifying aura was erupting. The space rumbled. It was extremely terrifying. Something happened to the wormhole of that force. It exploded. Get out of the way. Don't be affected. When the wormhole explodes, even a martial venerable can be destroyed in an instant. Retreat, retreat quickly. Suddenly, loud shouts spread around the valley. It was extremely chaotic. Countless figures retreated in all directions, not daring to be affected. Oh my God, it's terrifying. Fortunately, the quality of the wormhole of the ancient heaven sect is reliable. Little Demon Du cried out loudly as he retreated with Du Xiaofu. When this kind of wormhole exploded, the terrifying power was simply too shocking. At this moment, everyone was escaping quickly. However, there were many unlucky people who were affected. At least dozens of people who were close to the explosion were blown into a bloody mist. Hundreds of people were injured. It had to be said that these unlucky people were really unlucky. It was definitely an unexpected disaster. Bang! Within the space that had exploded, a seemingly graceful and blurry figure was blasted out. She landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1030. It was a woman, her delicate body lying on the ground. Her fairy-like face was stained with blood. However, it was not difficult to see that the injured woman's eyebrows were like jade feathers, her skin as white as snow, and she was extremely beautiful. Her fine black hair was originally tied into a simple bailuo bun at the back of her head, but now it was a little messy and her hair was disheveled. It's her, Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. When he saw the woman's face with blood, he immediately exclaimed to Du Xiaofu in shock. Du Xiaoyao still remembered that woman. Back then, that woman had threatened to refine him into a Dao artifact. It's her. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly trembled. The woman lay on the ground, fresh blood flowing from her mouth. Then, her body wriggled and a sound came from her throat. Then, her bloody body began to struggle to stand up. She looked around vigilantly. She's fine after the spatial wormhole exploded. This woman is not simple. She might have a treasure on her to protect herself. She must have a treasure to protect herself. Looking at the woman struggling to get up, many voices of greed came from the surroundings. Many eyes were burning with desire. In a place like this, killing and robbing was not a rare thing. Swoosh swoosh, in a short instant, the woman, who was riddled with scars, was surrounded by dozens of figures. There were old and young people among these people. They all had evil intentions. They wanted to kill her and rob her of her treasures. However, after carefully sizing up the woman, many people were stunned and their hearts trembled. They had never seen such a beautiful woman. Her aura was not something that ordinary people could compare to. The woman stood up and looked around. Her clear eyes were filled with a cold ripple. Girl, hand over the treasure on you and I'll protect you. How about it? An old man with an extremely powerful aura spoke. His gray-white hair was combed into a bun. He was thin and his eyes were malicious. Old Een Taoist, this girl is still young. She's not suitable for you. She's mine. A handsome middle-aged man in his 30s walked out. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and held a fan in his hand. Then, he looked at the girl and said, "Girl, come with me. I'll protect you." "Old Ghost Cain, you're already so old. Why do you have to harm a virgin? Just leave this girl to me." A burly man walked out. His sturdy and rough body was like a small giant. He carried a large machete on his shoulder, and there were many mysterious runes on his bulging biceps. His entire person gave off a feeling of explosive power. It's the old Yin Taoist. He's a terrifying rogue cultivator in the Ning province. Rumor has it that he's extremely ferocious and cruel. He once slaughtered millions of people by himself and shocked the Ning province. There's also old Devil Cain. He's an expert who cultivates evil martial arts. He cultivates both martial arts and talisman. He's an expert from the Hehuan school, which is comparable to the top forces in Shangzhou. The disciples behind him should be the outstanding younger generation of the Hehuan school. There's also the giant saber barbarian. He's from the heavenly saber sect of Hanzhou. Rumor has it that he once killed an ancient demon beast with his saber. He can move mountains and overturn seas, and he has the strength to split mountains and rivers. They're all extraordinary experts at the venerable realm. Looking at the three experts at the front, many onlookers gathered around to watch the show. Sounds of discussion could be heard. They seemed to be extremely wary of those three people, and the others didn't dare to get too close. In the distance, many forces of various sizes were entrenched. There were also some elders and burly men who hid their auras. They were all watching the show with interest. "Get lost, or die." The fairy-like woman's clear voice rang out. Her silver teeth revealed a chill. Looking at the dozens of figures surrounding her, her clear eyes revealed a fierce look. "Oh, you're so chaste. I like this kind of woman. Only then will I have the desire to conquer." The handsome middle-aged man laughed sinisterly. His eyes revealed a filthy look. Her graceful figure and stunning appearance, especially her incomparable temperament, caused ripples in his heart and soul. He had never obtained such a woman in hundreds of years. The fairy-like woman's eyes were fierce. However, she faintly revealed a solemn look. If she was at her peak, she wouldn't even put these three people in her eyes. She could kill them in a matter of minutes. However, she was the clearest about her current situation. An accident had occurred in the originally unstable wormhole. She was seriously injured. Even if she had the innate ability to recover, it would be difficult for her to recover in a short period of time. The woman pondered. If she were to take action now, she might be able to kill these three people. However, she was afraid that she would be in a desperate situation. Moreover, there were many experts who were hiding in the surroundings. Hence, she couldn't help but be cautious. "Little girl, come with me." The old man with long gray hair and a sinister look looked at the fairy-like woman. The aura on his body surged. He didn't want to waste any more time. Many people in the surroundings seemed to be interested. They were secretly eyeing them. There were many auras that he had to be wary of. Chi. The space fluctuated and a purple-robed figure appeared in front of the fairy-like woman. There was a little golden monkey on his shoulder and there was a faint smile in his clear eyes. He held a healing pill in his hand and handed it to the woman. Then, a charming young lady in a black-robed youth landed behind the figure in purple. Their bodies rippled with extraordinary auras. When the fairy-like woman heard the familiar voice of the purple-robed figure that suddenly appeared, she immediately raised her eyes. A resolute and determined face appeared in front of the woman's eyes. The childishness from before was gone. There was more fierceness and domineering. However, it was still so familiar. It was the person that she always worried about. "How did you?" The fairy-like woman spoke in surprise. Her eyes were filled with ripples. They were still so moving that they could make people lose their souls. The woman didn't expect to meet him again here. Before she could finish her words, Du Xiaofu interrupted her. He grinned and said, "Don't speak. Take the elixir and recover. Leave the rest to me. The three of them are mysterious martial honorables. There are many strong cultivators around." The woman took the healing elixir from Du Xiaofu's hand. However, she had to remind Du Xiaofu that there were many martial honorables around. "They're just mysterious martial honorables." Du Xiaofu smiled at the woman. She was Dongli Qingqing, who had left without saying goodbye in the dark forest. How could he ignore Dongli Qingqing's matters? Then, his expression became slightly domineering. He shouted at the old Yin Taoist, the old Kai Yin Taoist, the giant blade barbarian and the others, "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Where did this brat come from? You're boasting shamelessly. You're asking for death." Hearing this, the giant blade barbarian shouted. He looked like a giant looking down at the young man from a distance of a few hundred feet. "Du Xiaofu, do it. They have many treasures on them. Don't let them escape." Before Du Xiaofu could say anything, Du Xiaoyao, who was standing on Du Xiaofu's shoulder, shouted as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. She wanted Du Xiaofu to attack immediately. "How dare you, evil creature!" Hearing Du Xiaoyao's words, the old Kai Yin Taoist's face instantly darkened. He was about to attack. "Bastard, how dare you scold me? I'll teach you a lesson later." Du Xiaoyao glared with her golden eyes and cursed. Even if she couldn't defeat them, no one could do anything to her. However, Du Xiaoqing pouted. She and the little tiger didn't say anything. They hadn't broken through to the honorable realm yet. They knew that it was better to step back when facing these honorable realm experts. Du Xiaoqing wasn't worried that her brother would be at a disadvantage. "Humph." The old Yin Taoist snorted coldly. He waved his hand and the mysterious runes on his palm surged. They turned into a ferocious scorpion shadow and rushed toward Du Xiaofu. He wanted to kill the young man first as an example to others. "Be careful." Dongli Qingqing's beautiful face changed. There was a strange aura surging around her body. She didn't know what level his cultivation had reached. She couldn't see through it. However, the one who attacked was mysterious honorable martial artist. She couldn't help but worry that he couldn't deal with it. "Old man, how dare you attack me? You're courting death." Du Xiaofu's originally calm face was instantly covered with a gloomy and furious expression, revealing a domineering and fierce aura. With a loud shout, he didn't retreat but advanced instead. With a sweep of his sleeve, golden light erupted and directly shattered the savage scorpion phantom. "Die!" Then Du Xiaofu stomped the ground. His figure was like a ferocious beast in human form. He fiercely rushed toward the old Yin Taoist who attacked. Bang! A low muffled sound was heard. The old Yin Taoist howled and his body turned into a bloody mist. His divine soul was destroyed. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. The old Yin Taoist couldn't imagine the speed and power. He didn't even know how he died in the end. "I asked you to get lost. You didn't. Go to hell." Du Xiaofu shouted. Golden light shot out from his eyes. He didn't stop and rushed toward the old Yin Taoist like a peerless ferocious beast. Oh no! The old Yin Taoist's face changed. He didn't know that the young man in the purple robe was so strong. A dazzling light spread out from his eyes. It moved people's hearts and souls. A terrifying primordial spirit power swept out. The old Yin Taoist was a martial arts talisman master. He was also an 8-star talisman master. He was good at illusionary primordial spirits. He was famous. Although he practiced evil skills, he was backed by the Hehuan school. Therefore, people of the righteous path didn't dare to provoke him. Overconfident primordial spirit attack. In the terrifying primordial spirit attack, Du Xiaofu directly appeared in front of the old Yin Taoist. He was not afraid of the primordial spirit attack at all. A fist print landed on the old Yin Taoist's chest. Chapter 1031. Crack. As the fist landed, the old Taoist Kai Yin's defense was destroyed like tofu. Then, he let out a miserable howl. The old Taoist Kai Yin's chest was penetrated by Du Xiaofu's fist. Blood spurted out, and his flesh was shattered. In the end, his body was destroyed by the golden runes, and his soul was destroyed. Swish! The giant blade barbarian appeared, and the huge blade on his back was unsheathed. His giant body was like a giant beast wrapped in runes, and he rushed over, exuding a terrifying fluctuation. He slashed his blade directly at Du Xiaofu. The blade technique is overbearing, but it's not profound enough. Du Xiaofu's figure was like a god. That was Dongli Qingqing's wave-like, carefree steps. His figure disappeared under the blade light, and the blade slashed a long gully in the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks on the ground shattered, and the earth shook. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the giant blade barbarian in the next moment. He waved his purple robe, and the dazzling runes burst out with dazzling golden light. The runes rushed out like a rock flapping its wings, and landed in front of the giant blade barbarian, sending his giant body flying. Bang, bang! The giant blade barbarian's figure fell to the ground, and the earth shook. Blood dripped, and the surrounding ground cracked. The huge blade in the giant blade barbarian's hand fell in the distance, and it was immediately chewed up and swallowed by a little golden ape, as if it was eating a delicacy. Swish! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, and he swooped down from the sky. Wrapped in golden light, the giant blade barbarian felt as if he had seen a golden-winged rock swooping down. The terrifying aura made the giant blade barbarian tremble, and even his soul trembled. At this moment, the giant blade barbarian realized that the young purple-robed man in front of him was a terrifying existence. He must be a top figure among the younger generation of some great force. At least, he had the talent of a human supreme, and was not inferior to Xue Qianzhan in the clan. I'll leave, let me go. He knew that he could not fight against the purple-robed young man. He was no match for the purple-robed young man, and he did not even have the power to resist. He should not have tried to get his hands on the woman in green's treasures when he was alone, but it was too late for him to regret it now. You dare to provoke me? Die! Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down in an instant. He was unwilling to stop and directly smashed his fist on the giant blade barbarian's huge head. Bang! Under Du Xiaofu's punch, the giant blade barbarian's head exploded, and a bloody mist shot out. The violet-robed young man showed no mercy, and he killed fiercely, ferociously, and ruthlessly. The three mysterious martial saints were easily dealt with by the purple-robed young man. Countless people in the surroundings gasped. The dozens of people who had originally planned to attack Dongli Qingqing, who had gathered a little closer, fled one after another in shock. What a savage young man! Many experts in the surroundings exclaimed in shock, and many concealed auras fluctuated. The purple-robed young man was valiant. He looked gentle and refined, but once he attacked, he killed fiercely, and he was like a fiend. Du Xiaofu stood there, surveying his surroundings. This place of chaos was just like the dark forest back then. He felt like a tiger returning to the mountains, or a dragon returning to the sea. It was a carefree feeling, and he didn't have any misgivings. That guy is not easy to deal with. Feeling the aura on Du Xiaofu's body, many powerful experts in the surroundings retreated in shock. Many of them secretly retreated, not wanting to provoke the purple-robed young man. Dongli Qingqing was also in a daze. Du Xiaofu's strength surprised her as well. Then, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. That smile was breathtaking, and it was devastatingly beautiful. Whoever dares to come forward, kill them. Du Xiaofu shouted. His purple robe fluttered in the wind, and his voice rumbled. He looked around in a domineering and disdainful manner. Some people trembled, and no one dared to step forward. Many experts were also secretly on guard, unwilling to take the risk. There must be a terrifying force behind such a young man. They did not want to get into trouble as soon as they arrived in the heavenly barren city. It was not worth it. I don't care who you are. I, Xue Qianzhan, will not let you go for hurting the people of the Heaven Knife sect. At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and the sound waves shook the clouds. That sound wave alone had made many disciples with lower cultivation go weak in the knees. Swoosh, swoosh, at the same time, many figures flew over from afar. Then, a large number of figures appeared in the sky. There were no less than 100 of them, and all of them had extremely terrifying auras. In particular, the first one was an old man in a wide robe. The aura on his body froze the sky, and Dongli Qingqing's expression immediately changed. She became solemn. A tall young man in a battle suit appeared. He looked extraordinary, and he floated in the sky on terrifying talisman runes. A pair of white wings condensed behind the young man's back, like the feathers of an eagle. He immediately landed in front of the giant blade barbarian, whose head had been smashed, with a cold look in his eyes. Xue Qianzhan, he's the top of the younger generation of the Heaven Knife sect in Hanzhou. He's a supreme talent, and he's the leader of the top 10 sky prides in the sealed ancient land of Hanzhou. He's very terrifying after being tempered by the divine thunder. Xue Qianzhan is a supreme talent. After being tempered by the divine thunder, his talent is very close to the peak of the supreme talent. Rumor has it that Xue Qianzhan has already broken through the supreme talent. He's the most terrifying young man in Hanzhou. That purple-robed young man killed the giant blade barbarian. I'm afraid the Heaven Knife sect won't let him go. The Fire Blade Venerable is also here. He's a top expert in Hanzhou, and he has a high status in the Heaven Knife sect. I'm afraid that purple-robed young man is going to die. There was a lot of discussion. Many people had heard about the Heaven Knife sect in Xue Qianzhan. The Heaven Knife sect was one of the top forces in Hanzhou, and Xue Qianzhan was the top of the younger generation in Hanzhou. He was the leader of the top 10 sky prides in the sealed ancient land, which explained everything. Xue Qianzhan looked at the giant blade barbarian whose head had been smashed. Then, he scanned the crowd and shouted, "Who killed my martial uncle? Come out." The hundreds of experts of the Heaven Knife sect, both old and young, all landed beside the giant blade barbarian's corpse. Everyone from the Heaven Knife sect had a cold look in their eyes. The Heaven Knife sect was one of the overlords of Hanzhou. Even in Tianhuang City, no one could provoke them. I killed him. Du Xiaofu raised his head. He had heard about Xue Qianzhan's background from the discussions around him. It seemed that Hanzhou also had tempered by the divine thunder. Du Xiaofu secretly guessed that the purple thunder profound cauldron was also in the sealed ancient land. However, Venerable Golden Rock and senior brother Sima Taxing did not mention it. Boy, you're courting death. Hearing this, Xue Qianzhan immediately fixed his cold eyes on Du Xiaofu. He was secretly shocked. He was 2 or 3 years younger than him. Did he really have the strength to kill Martial Uncle Giant Blade Barbarian? Martial Uncle Giant Blade Barbarian was a mysterious martial venerable, and his cultivation was the same as his. 3 guys just said the same thing to me. Now, they're all dead. Du Xiaofu confronted him with a golden light in his eyes. He was strong and domineering. He did not give in at all. He even wanted to fight. As for the hundreds of experts around the Heaven Knife sect, some of them were venerable realm experts. Du Xiaofu was afraid of them, especially the leader, who seemed to be called Venerable Fire Saber. His cultivation was not much lower than Feng Qingyang's. He should be a chaotic element martial venerable. This boy must die. Du Xiaofu's fear came true. The leading elder of the Heaven Knife sect stepped out with killing intent in his eyes. He was going to attack personally. Venerable Fire Saber, leave him to me. He's suitable to be my stepping stone for a breakthrough. Xue Qianzhan said to Venerable Fire Saber as the coldness in his eyes intensified. He had come to Tianhuang mainland this time to seek opportunities and breakthroughs. Seeking opportunities was something that could only be chanced upon. If he wanted to break through, he could find many experts to be his stepping stones. Xue Qianzhan had come to Tianhuang mainland with the intention of challenging the heroes. This time, Kyushu had gathered and stirred up a storm. He, Xue Qianzhan, wanted to fight and make a name for himself in Kyushu. Being able to kill my martial uncle proves that you're not ordinary. You're qualified to be my stepping stone. Xue Qianzhan looked at Du Xiaofu and waved his hand. Light surged out and a white saber swept out. It shook the void and was extremely sharp. It pointed straight at the sky and emitted a dazzling white light. Dharma artifact. This is a treasure at the level of a Dharma artifact. It's not an ordinary Dharma artifact. It must be delicious. Du Xiaoyao was excited. Behind Du Xiaofu, she looked at Xue Qianzhan's white saber with greed in her eyes. She was about to drool. Saber King Xue Qianzhan of the Heaven Saber sect. Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people. Xue Qianzhan pointed his saber at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were dazzling. His battle robe fluttered and runes surged around him. Profound qi surged out. At this moment, Xue Qianzhan looked as if he was standing on a huge wave. He was extraordinary and incomparably sharp. He could cause ripples in the hearts of women. I'm just a Saber King. I'm known as the Demon King. Demon King Du Xiaofu from Middle Grounds World Society. Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. Facing this person who seemed to be the strongest among the younger generation in Hanzhou, his battle intent surged. He knew that he had no other way out. He could only fight with all he had. Demon King Du Xiaofu. I remember now. He's the Lord of Terror. He fought 1 against 10 in the sealed ancient land. He's a supreme genius. So he's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. No wonder he's so domineering. Suddenly, some people remembered Du Xiaofu. He was the Demon King who had long been famous in Middle Ground. His reputation had even spread outside of Middle Ground. This is a battle between the peak of the younger generation in the 2 prefectures. It's worth looking forward to. Suddenly, countless expectant gazes shot over. Many obscure auras also shot over. Chapter 1032. Demon King, what right do you have? Xue Qianzhan roared as his aura surged, causing the surrounding void to rumble. He slashed down with his saber and a terrifying rune burst forth. Qi La. The saber radiance swept out with a fierce aura and slashed toward Du Xiaofu. The world rumbled under the saber and its power was shocking. The space was also shattered. Such a saber attack shocked countless people. Little Xue Qianzhan, the Saber King, was indeed the top person of the younger generation in Hanzhou. This saber attack was enough to make the mysterious martial lord tremble in fear and even his primordial spirit tremble. Humph! Du Xiaofu did not dodge. He waved his hand and golden light burst forth. A thunderous fingerprint swept out and collided with the saber radiance with the lightning finger of the divine light court. The terrifying saber radiance was blocked and dissipated. At this time, the Fireblade Venerable also fixed his gaze on the battlefield and there was some surprise in the depths of his eyes. You have some ability, but it's not enough. Xue Qianzhan attacked again. The white wings on his back flapped and his speed skyrocketed. He swooped down and slashed out several times in a row with shocking power. He was like an invincible saber god. The saber radiance swept all around Du Xiaofu. Competing with wings? I have them too. Du Xiaofu roared as his hair fluttered in the wind. The true rock wings on his back flapped, and golden light shot out in all directions. A vast and domineering aura swept out, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Chi! Du Xiaofu swept his wings and the rock soared into the sky. Golden light erupted like the sun and a sharp screech resounded. In the next moment, there were golden talisman runes erupting in the golden light. It was as if the shadow of a golden-winged rock flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The power of the golden wings was rolling and directly destroyed the saber radiance. Its power suppressed Xue Qinzhan. Du Xiaofu knew that he had the advantage, so he forcibly destroyed the suppression. Is this the profound meaning of the golden-winged rock? Xue Qinzhan was astonished. That overbearing and sharp aura was like the Upanishad of the golden-winged great rock. After being stunned for a moment, Xue Qinzhan's expression changed. A white armor covered his body as a peerlessly swift and fierce aura swept out. The mysterious aura of a martial honorable erupted without restraint. That might was sufficient to make even a nirvana martial honorable tremble. My stepping stone, you're even stronger than I imagined. You're even more beneficial to me. Kill! Xue Qinzhan bellowed with an arrogant expression. His eyes were cold as he stared at Du Xiaofu and slashed out with his saber once again. Swish, 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 the saber light was accompanied by the blazing runes, and it instantly traversed the sky. Such a terrifying blade light seemed to be able to slash the heavens. Golden light gushed out from Du Xiaofu's eyes. He flapped his wings and used the rock's golden wings to block the attack. Golden runes filled the sky and blocked the saber light in the void. Boom! Huge spatial waves gushed out from the surrounding space, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Roar! Xue Qinzhan's saber light did not dissipate. He formed a seal with one hand and activated his pulse spirit. A white demonic leopard covered in snow-like white scales burst out in light as it roared and pounced at Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura filled the void as the ice-scale leopard's roar shook the heavens, causing the pulse spirit in many people's bodies to tremble. The ice-scale leopard was one of the top demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. It was the absolute ruler of the leopard race. Xue Qinzhan's pulse spirit was different as it was absolutely like a living creature. A martial king realm cultivator's pulse spirit would be nourished by their pulse spirit. When the pulse spirit was successfully cultivated, it would allow the pulse spirit to communicate with the physical body and fuse into one. It would then become an emperor and suppress everything. When one reached the martial honorable realm, the pulse spirit would go from communicating with the spirit to transforming into the spirit. There were a few levels to transforming the pulse spirit. The first was to create the pulse spirit's body, allowing the pulse spirit to awaken its intelligence. This was equivalent to nurturing a new pulse spirit. It would be personally nurtured and fused with one's body. The second level was transforming the pulse spirit, allowing the pulse spirit to truly become a living creature. The third level was transforming into the true spirit, which was also the final stage. It would allow the pulse spirit and the pulse spirit to completely fuse and leave the pulse spirit's body. At this stage, the pulse spirit would be equivalent to one's avatar and be able to kill enemies from 10,000 miles away. However, the final stage of transforming into the true spirit could only be achieved when one reached the martial domain realm, which was the hardest realm to reach. No one had ever heard of someone being able to transform into the true spirit at the martial honorable realm. Xue Qinzhan's pulse spirit has already transformed from creating the pulse spirit's body to transforming into the spirit. Many elders were shocked and they saw Xue Qinzhan's pulse spirit. Xue Qinzhan's strength was not exaggerated. From his pulse spirit, one could see that Xue Qinzhan had unparalleled talent on the path of cultivation. All honorable realm cultivators knew that every step in the pulse spirit was extremely difficult to comprehend. The further one went, the harder it would be and one's speed would gradually slow down until it was impossible to take another step forward. Then, one's cultivation would stagnate. At such a young age, Xue Qianzhan already had such a comprehension of the pulse spirit. It was shocking. If news of this spread, it would definitely scare people to death. Roar! Everything was as fast as lightning. The pulse soul ice scale panther was in front of Du Xiaofu in an instant. Its terrifying power was about to tear the void apart. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold and intimidating. He waved his left hand and his 5 fingers slightly bent. Suddenly, mysterious runes flashed on his fingertips. A claw print seemed to want to tear the space apart. Energy ripples visible to the naked eye spread out from the claw print. Qi La, golden light burst out from the claw print and the dazzling talisman runes wreaked havoc like golden lightning. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to spread its wings and soar into the sky. At this moment, the densely packed figures all felt their pulse spirits tremble. It was as if their pulse spirits were facing a sovereign. Qi La. The terrifying aura of the claw print spread and fear faintly flashed across the eyes of the ice scale spirit. However, it was all too late. Countless golden lightning snakes shot out from the golden claw imprint and ruthlessly landed on the illusory figure of the ice scale heavenrend leopard in an overbearing manner. Crash! After a short stalemate, the ice scale heavenrend leopard's illusory figure was torn to shreds in an unstoppable manner. Crash! The white runes that filled the sky shattered and a terrifying energy storm spread out in an arc, Pucci. Blood flowed out from Xue Qianzhan's mouth as his gaze turned grave. At this moment, Xue Qianzhan found it hard to understand why his pulse spirit was so weak. The other party's claw was like a real golden-winged rock descending. Immeasurable pulse spirit. In the next instant, Xue Qianzhan roared and attacked with all his might. His long hair fluttered and runes erupted from his armor as he activated his pulse spirit. He wanted to kill his opponent and break through. Boom! Xue Qianzhan's pulse soul was activated. Layers of surface space ripples surged like dazzling waves and engulfed Du Xiaofu. Qi. At this moment, under the activation of his pulse spirit, Xue Qianzhan's blade caused sparks and broken runes to fly out from Du Xiaofu's golden-winged rock and started to suppress Du Xiaofu. In midair, Xue Qianzhan's saber landed squarely on Du Xiaofu's golden ping wing, which was used to protect his body, and sent Du Xiaofu flying backward. This pulse spirit was terrifying. It could seal space and make people tremble. What a terrifying pulse spirit. It must be at the pinnacle of the human sovereign level. It's too terrifying. At this moment, anyone at the same cultivation level would be crushed. Xue Qianzhan is so powerful. His strength is terrifying. Everyone was shocked. A pulse spirit was the guarantee of a cultivator's future. At this moment, Xue Qianzhan's terrifying pulse spirit was terrifying. It's indeed a terrifying pulse spirit. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly as he retreated. His eyes were filled with shock. This person was definitely stronger than Jiuling. At the same time, while Du Xiaofu was retreating, he quickly condensed a handprint in his left hand, and a vigorous and surging aura suddenly appeared like a peerless ferocious beast that wanted to soar into the sky. Du Xiaofu quickly gathered strength in his left fist and punched out toward Xue Qianzhan's invisible meridian soul power. He had already used all his strength apart from his meridian soul, martial vein, and purple gold heavenly palace. Boom! At this moment, Du Xiaofu's physical strength had been pushed to the extreme. He used all his strength and his aura was domineering. This was the tyrannical fist Dao. Roar! This punch was accompanied by a dragon's roar and a divine elephant's cry. The void rumbled and lightning flashed in the sky. Boom, 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 as the fist flew out, it started from the spot in front of Du Xiaofu. The void exploded as if it was about to collapse. The ground below cracked and the rocks on the mountain collapsed. The terrifying rune ripples were like a tsunami. They swept across the void as if they were about to destroy everything. At this moment, the void violently shook. The invisible tyrannical aura shook the space and caused the void to ripple. It was as if thunder was rumbling between the heavens and earth. At this moment, countless gazes were filled with fear. That kind of confrontation, using strength to break through 10,000 techniques, those two youngsters were both so valiant. After a short stalemate, monstrous energy instantly exploded. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Xue Qianzhan suddenly spat out blood again. The armor on Xue Qianzhan's body also began to crack. His body was sent flying and the blade light dissipated. "You'll become my stepping stone." Du Xiaofu didn't stop. His black hair fluttered and golden light rippled in his eyes. His figure appeared in front of Xue Qianzhan like a ghost. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was covered in golden light. It was as if he was in the middle of a dazzling sun. Xue Qianzhan wanted to take his life while he was down. At this moment, Du Xiaofu wanted to kill Xue Qianzhan, who was filled with killing intent towards him. Suddenly, an indescribable power appeared in the surrounding space. A terrifying aura surged from afar, almost locking down the entire space. "Brat, you're courting death." At the same time, a sinister and unpleasant voice rang out towards Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura enveloped the area as a supreme expert interfered in the battle. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1033. It was the Heaven Saber sect's Fire Saber Venerable, the super expert that the Heaven Saber sect had dispatched this time. Seeing that Xue Qianzhan was in danger, the Fire Saber Venerable would not stand by and do nothing. He was the strongest in the Manchu, or even the strongest in the entire Han state. He was the future of the Heaven Saber sect, and no accidents could happen to him. Du Xiaofu did not stop. He waved his hand and a stream of light shot out. Terrifying runes fluctuated, and a cold iron body with runes gathered and various runes pounced forward. The aura was surging and sharp. It was the Cloud Saber, who was at the peak of Transcendent Martial Venerable. Woo woo, the Cloud Saber Venerable made ear-piercing sounds and directly blocked the Fire Saber Venerable. Runes surged all over the sky. Rumble, in an instant, the sky trembled violently, and the wind and clouds surged. The Fire Saber Venerable was a chaotic element martial venerable, but the Cloud Saber Venerable's strength was at the peak of Transcendent Martial Venerable. In addition to the puppet body and the various runes on the Cloud Saber Venerable's body, the Cloud Saber Venerable Xiahou Fenglei's protection barely withstood the Fire Saber Venerable's attack. Xiaoyang Seal. A golden handprint shot out from Du Xiaofu's palm. It was the Xiaoyang seal, which was second only to the tyrannical fist Wei. It shot out in a flash and enveloped Xue Qianzhan, who was retreating. Du Xiaofu had the intention to kill. He would not let Xue Qianzhan go. He was also a stepping stone for his breakthrough. Du Xiaofu felt that he had benefited a lot from this battle. For example, his opponent's comprehension of the Meridian spirit had surpassed his. How can you be so strong? You've only just become a martial venerable. How is this possible? Xue Qianzhan, who was retreating, was shocked. The terrifying handprint was overbearing and its power sealed the void. Xue Qianzhan was a mysterious martial venerable and was invincible among his peers in Han state. Not long ago, Xue Qianzhan had killed a peak mysterious martial venerable loose cultivator who had provoked the Heaven Saber sect. That was why the giant Saber Venerable had stayed and waited for the other Manchu disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. They were only the first batch of disciples from the Heaven Saber sect were. The Heaven Saber sect was bent on obtaining the opportunity in Tianhuang mainland this time. Xue Qianzhan could feel how terrifying the demon king Du Xiaofu was. He was so young, yet he was so terrifying. Rumble. Xue Qianzhan unleashed his last resort. The white wings on his back covered his body as he frantically defended against the golden handprint. However, everything seemed so weak at this moment. Everything was destroyed and his wings exploded. Du Xiaofu's figure transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. He flapped his wings and appeared in an instant. No, Xue Qianzhan roared. He could feel Du Xiaofu's killing intent and his face turned ashen. You're not qualified to kill me. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and punched Xue Qianzhan's chest, smashing it into a bloody mist. The most powerful person among the younger generation of the Heaven Saber sect and the entire Han state, Saber King Xue Qianzhan, was blasted apart by the Demon King Du Xiaofu in such a manner. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Demon King Du Xiaofu was too powerful. From the beginning to the end, he did not use any weapons or martial veins. He fought with his physical body. How terrifying was that? He was simply a peerless ferocious beast in human form. Good saber, it tastes good. Du Xiaoyao appeared in front of Xue Qianzhan's white saber and began to devour it. Everyone was shocked as if he was chewing on a delicacy. The fire saber venerable roared. However, he was blocked by the killing machine, Yunmu, and could not escape. He even had to be wary of Yunmu's fierce attacks. The fire saber venerable was furious. His aura exploded and shot into the sky. Kill! The hundreds of people from the Heaven Saber sect came to their senses in a short period of time. Among them, more than 10 martial honorables were filled with killing intent. Everyone exploded and charged towards Du Xiaofu. Among them, there was a peak martial honorable realm expert and a few nirvana martial honorables. However, among the first batch of people from the Heaven Saber sect, there was no transcendent martial honorable. Only the fire saber venerable was leading them. Bullying us with numbers. 8 Astral Winding River Formation. Du Xiaofu's face turned pale. However, he was fearless. He yelled and formed a seal with his hands. 30 formation flags were instantly formed. Following this, a series of whooshing sounds could be heard as the 30 formation flags flew into the sky. They were emitting a mysterious aura. A powerful and vigorous aura immediately surged out of Du Xiaofu's body. Just as the many venerate experts of the Heaven Saber sect charged over, a huge talisman formation that was 3,000 meters wide appeared in the sky. It seemed to blot out the sun and the sky. The terrifying aura that was faintly emitted from the rune formation caused the expressions of the experts to change. Bang! Immediately, the entire space began to tremble with a rumble. Boundless rune energy gathered around the rune formation and sealed off the space. An ancient aura filled the area and was extremely powerful. It trapped the martial honorable realm experts of the Heaven Saber sect within it. 8 Astral Mysterious Rune Formation. Setting up a formation in an instant is a harsh requirement for one's primordial spirit. Is that Demon King Du Xiaofu an 8 Astral Mysterious Rune Formation Master? The surrounding onlookers inhaled a breath of cold air as they stared at the symbol array that instantly covered the sky and covered the sun. Evidently, none of them had expected that Devil King Du Xiaofu was also a frightening symbol master on top of his terrifying physical body. Bullying us with numbers. I'm the Demon King. Today, I'll kill all of you. Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out of the rune formation. The golden-winged rock flapped its wings and swept out with a golden storm. It charged towards the remaining martial emperors and martial kings of the Heaven Saber sect. Du Xiaofu was filled with killing intent. Since the other party was relentless, there was no need for him to hold back. It would be beneficial for him to kill more of them. Anyway, the Heaven Saber sect would not let him go. Du Xiaofu was going to start a massacre. That guy is going to start a massacre. Let's go first. After Du Xiaoyao swallowed Xue Qianzhan's white saber, she immediately returned to Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dongli Qingqing's side. Let everyone leave first. This was Du Xiaofu's voice transmission to Du Xiaoyao. Let's go, Du Xiaoqing nodded. She knew that it would not be a problem for her brother to escape. With their strength, they would not be of much help. They would only be a burden if they stayed. It's dangerous for him to be alone. Dongli Qingqing narrowed her eyes. After taking the elixir, she seemed to have recovered a lot in a short time. It had a lot to do with her own means. Don't worry. Brother will get away. Du Xiaoqing had confidence in her brother. Dongli Qingqing narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. She then left with Du Xiaoqing and Du Xiaoyao in the fierce battle. Boom! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and charged toward the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect. Given Du Xiaofu's current cultivation base, killing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect who were at the Martial Emperor realm or Martial King realm was like a ferocious tiger charging into a flock of chickens. Set up the formation and resist together. Amidst the screams and wails, the elders of the Heaven Saber sect shouted. Talisman masters set up formations, and Tao artifacts were summoned. All of them surged towards Du Xiaofu. Talisman scripts filled the sky, blotting out the sun and the sky in an attempt to stop Du Xiaofu and buy time for the paragons to forcefully break the formation. Kill! Du Xiaofu uttered a cold roar and unleashed a massacre. His ferocious attacks caused the surroundings to tremble in fear. Du Xiaofu's outstanding flesh was not afraid of being surrounded. His claws tore the Seven Stars Talisman formation apart, causing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect to cry out in agony as their flesh exploded, causing them to spit out mouthfuls of blood. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions took place, causing the crowd to become restless. Asshole, the Heaven Saber sect will surely tear you into pieces. The Fire Saber Martial Highness uttered a roar furiously. However, Yunmu continued to pester him. He was intimidated by the terrifying puppet. The Fire Saber Martial Highness summoned a fiery saber in his hand and slashed at Yunmu. The saber glow that was capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart could only inflict a slight injury on Yunmu. Kill! Du Xiaofu was like the real Demon King. He uttered a cold roar and attacked with all his might. His figure emitted a golden glow as he flapped his wings and dashed forward like a real golden winged pang. His eyes sharpened as his aura of a nine heavens supreme spread across the place. Du Xiaofu went on a killing spree, causing the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect to cry out in agony as their corpses exploded into pieces. Less than half of the disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were killed by Du Xiaofu in the blink of an eye. Many of the remaining disciples of the Heaven Saber sect were severely injured. Their eyes were filled with terror. Demon King, that's definitely the Demon King. The Heaven Saber sect has offended the real Demon King this time. The surrounding experts were astounded. They were relieved that they had not offended the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. The deaths of the elites among the younger generation of the Heaven Saber sect was enough to inflict great damage to the Heaven Saber sect. Rumble, finally, the 8 stars talisman formation that Du Xiaofu had constructed was destroyed by the Martial Highness realm experts of the Heaven Saber sect. A terrifying aura swept across the sky and shook the 9 heavens. Pfft! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. His face turned even paler. However, Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu did not want to stay any longer. The Martial Highness realm experts, complete Martial Highness realm experts, and a few Nirvana Martial Highnesses made Du Xiaofu fearful. Once he was trapped, he would be in great danger. We can't let him leave. The furious Martial Highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect were not willing to let Du Xiaofu go. They used all their strength to attack Du Xiaofu. However, the speed of Du Xiaofu's golden rock wings was not something that anyone could keep up with. In an instant, he had disappeared from everyone's sight. However, the Martial Highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect were still in hot pursuit. Woo woo, the Cloud Lion roared and started to retreat. Asshole, even if you run to the end of the world, the Heaven Saber sect will tear you into pieces. The Fiery Saber Martial Highness had given up on the Cloud Lion. He was unable to defeat the Cloud Lion within a short period of time, thus he could not afford to let Du Xiaofu escape. Therefore, he gave up on the Cloud Lion and immediately chased after Du Xiaofu while the Cloud Lion was retreating. Chapter 1034. The remaining disciples of the Heaven Saber sect who were fortunate enough to survive finally collected their thoughts and trembled in fear. The crowd was astounded as they took deep breaths. The Demon King Du Xiaofu's figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the crowd. Despite facing the Heaven Saber sect alone, he had still managed to kill over 10 people, including the Saber Emperor Xue Qianzhan. Xue Qianzhan was the strongest among the younger generation in the entire Han continent, but he had still died in such a manner. Don't provoke that little Demon King, his strength is too terrifying. The crowd burst into an uproar. Some even warned the disciples of their sects not to provoke such a terrifying existence. Outside the Tianhuang city, Du Xiaofu immediately became famous after a single battle as soon as he arrived. At this moment, Du Xiaofu plunged into the vast mountain. Although over 10 Martial Highness realm experts were chasing after him, Du Xiaofu's speed was outstanding to begin with, not to mention the golden peng wings on his body, further increasing his speed. Even the peak Martial Highness realm experts were left far behind. However, as the chaotic element Martial Highness continued to chase after him, his obscure aura lingered in the surroundings. Du Xiaofu's heart skipped a beat. It was unlikely that he would be able to run far. With his current strength, Du Xiaofu was not confident that he could escape from the chaotic element Martial Highness. Even with the help of the Cloud Beast, it would be disadvantageous to him if he continued to delay the battle. Little bastard, you won't be able to run away. If I let you escape today, I, the Fiery Saber Highness, swear I'm not a human. The voice of the Fiery Saber Highness echoed in the sky as he furiously chased after Du Xiaofu. How could he possibly let Du Xiaofu escape? Suddenly, a rolling river meandered through the mountain range. The water surged, stirring up huge waves that were several zhang high, surging and surging violently. Go down. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he turned his head to look behind him. A blazing figure was getting closer and closer. Abruptly, the golden wings of the great rock behind him flapped as he dove into the raging river. As Du Xiaofu's figure dived into the river, a faint purple-golden electric arc that was barely visible to the naked eye was emitted. Little bastard, you won't be able to escape. I'll make it so that you won't be able to escape. The Fiery Saber Highness appeared and unleashed a terrifying saber glow, slashing at the rumbling river. Whoosh! As the blade light swept down, the sky was densely covered with dazzling and scorching runes. The blade light shook the heavens and the earth, and with a rumbling noise, directly cut the rolling river in half and cleaved a deep gully in the mountains. Rumble, the river water flowed in reverse, and huge waves soared into the sky. The surrounding mountain peaks collapsed and shot out. The primordial chaos martial lord's attack could move mountains and overturn seas, flattening the surroundings. Qin his highness highnesses to the chaotic element highnesses to him to escape to him to the S saber high. B to be there. To the heavens. Swish. To over 10 Martial Highness realm experts arrived and stood behind the Fiery Saber Highness, observing the surroundings. Find him, even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find that kid. The Fiery Saber Highness uttered a thunderous roar. His eyes were burning fiercely while his face reddened. Xue Qianzhan of the Manchu had been blasted to pieces right in front of him, and over 10 disciples had been slaughtered. If the news were to spread, the Heaven Saber sect's reputation in Kyushu would be utterly destroyed. He would not be able to explain himself to the Manchu either. Bang bang bang, the Martial Highness realm experts immediately bombarded the surroundings, razing the place to the ground. The Martial Highness realm experts' bombardment caused the surrounding mountains to crumble and the river to change its course. They even dug 10 zhang into the ground, but Du Xiaofu was nowhere to be seen. It was as if Du Xiaofu had disappeared into thin air. He had entered the river and disappeared without a trace. That kid must have some way to escape. We've been tricked. The eyes of an old man of the Heaven Saber sect flickered as he blurted out furiously. Quick, let's go back and find the people around that scum. I'll chase after the puppet. The fiery Saber Highness was startled too, but he quickly cast a glance at the martial highnesses beside him. If they still could not find the kid must have some way to escape. The monk could run away, but the temple would not be too far away. The cultivators and the puppet that were with the kid were still around, thus the kid would not ignore them. Whoosh whoosh, the martial highnesses of the Heaven Saber sect immediately left. The fiery Saber Highness sprang into the sky and vanished into thin air too. The quiet mountain range was calm. The river that had changed its course surged forward like a raging flood, destroying everything in its path. Rumble. The deafening sound of waves surging in all directions reverberated endlessly within the mountains. 2 hours later, the fiery Saber Highness figure appeared in the sky once again. His eyes were gloomy and filled with a tremendous murderous intent as he snapped furiously, "Scum, you won't be able to leave the Tianhuang mainland." Following the furious words, the fiery Saber Highness figure turned into a fiery ray of light before vanishing into thin air. Night still fell. The surroundings had already calmed down. There were a few stars hanging in the sky in a disorderly manner. Roar, faint cries of beasts could be heard deep inside the mountain range. Whoosh, amidst the rubble of the river, there was a small piece of purple gravel hidden in the rubble. Suddenly, a purple gold light flashed. The electric arc flickered and turned into a three-legged cauldron a few meters wide. A young man in a purple robe walked out from it and withdrew the cauldron into his palm. The young man in a purple robe was none other than Du Xiaofu. As soon as he entered the river, Du Xiaofu entered the purple thunder profound cauldron too. Concealing one's presence was only one of the functions of the purple thunder profound cauldron. Inside the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu even consumed some pills to adjust his breathing. He was not in a rush at all. He should be far away. I should look for Yunzhan and Shaoqing. Du Xiaofu stretched his back and disappeared from where he stood. After a while, in a canyon, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Yunzhan, who had concealed his presence and looked like a piece of scrap metal. Yunzhan's hollow eyes glowed with a black light before he was kept into Du Xiaofu's Qinquan bag. The night was about to dissipate, but the moon was still setting in the west. A few broken stars were hanging in the sky. In the distance, the roars of beasts could be heard. The canyon was dark and gloomy. The surrounding rock walls were crumbling as if they were going to collapse at any time. Dongli Qingqing sat cross-legged on a rock. Her pale face had regained its color. The speed of her recovery was astonishing. Shaoqing, will your brother be okay? Her voice was clear and coquettish, making people feel comfortable and close to her. As soon as she finished speaking, Dongli Qingqing stood up. She'd already changed into a clean set of tight green-colored clothes. Her brows were like jade feathers, her skin was white as snow, and her jet-black hair was once again tied into a simple hairstyle behind her head. She possessed a moving bearing, and her clear and watery eyes that seemed like glass were sufficient to make any man lose his soul. Don't worry, my brother will be fine. Du Xiaoqing nodded firmly. Her ethereal eyes were filled with fluctuations. She had absolute confidence in her brother. That's true. He is a monster, so he will definitely be fine. Dongli Qingqing nodded. A smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. She had long known that this guy was a monster. All these years, he was still so ferocious and shocking. How do you know my brother? Why haven't I seen you before? Du Xiaoqing looked at Dongli Qingqing curiously. She seemed to have never heard her brother mention this beautiful girl in front of her. Du Xiaoqing could sense from her invisible aura that this fairy-like girl in front of her was no ordinary person. When they met, you weren't here yet. Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Xiaoqing. At that time, Du Xiaoqing was still nowhere to be found. You must be the stone demon from back then. I didn't expect you to have the body of a red-bone horse monkey. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaoyao and smiled. She recognized Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaoyao was surprised that Dongli Qingqing knew her identity at a glance. She curiously sized up Dongli Qingqing. Then, she immediately looked up at the abyss and said, "That guy is here. He's fine." Whoosh, a moment later, a purple figure landed in the abyss. A smile appeared on his resolute face. It was Du Xiaofu. "Are you all okay?" Seeing little Qing, Dongli Qingqing, little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao safe and sound, Du Xiaofu smiled and relaxed. "How could anything happen to us? With me here, they won't be able to find us." Du Xiaoyao smiled confidently. With his talent, escaping and hiding would be no problem at all. "How are your injuries?" Du Xiaofu walked up to Dongli Qingqing. Looking at the fairy-like girl in front of him, he felt his heartstrings being tugged. After not seeing her for so many years, the girl in front of him had matured and become more and more attractive. "My injuries are no longer a problem. I have to thank you this time." Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. There were some strange ripples in her eyes. She gave off a faint aura, like a fairy from the depths of the forest. "Why did you leave without saying goodbye in the dark forest?" Du Xiaofu asked. Back when he was being hunted down by the Black Fiend sect in the dark forest, the girl in front of him had left without saying goodbye. Over the years, he had often thought of this fairy-like face. There was a reason back then. "I didn't have time to say goodbye. It's good that you're fine." Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth slightly. A hint of helplessness flashed across her face. Half of her hair swayed slightly. She raised her hand and said with some charm, "This time, you fought with the Heaven Saber sect because of me and formed a grudge. You should think about the consequences first." Chapter 1035. It's fine as long as you're fine. Du Xiaofu smiled before looking up at the surrounding rock walls. "We're still in danger. The people of Heaven Saber sect might still be nearby. However, there's no time. I need to enter Tianhuang mainland immediately." There were a few wisps of milky white fog on the towering rock walls. The sky was about to brighten. On Dongli Qingqing's fairy-like face, a glint flashed across her glassy eyes, which was hard to fathom. Then, her eyes flickered and her thin lips curled slightly as she said to Du Xiaofu, "To go to Tianhuang mainland, you have to enter Tianhuang city first. You can go to Tianhuang mainland from the back of Tianhuang city. However, the people of the Heaven Saber sect must have returned to Tianhuang city at this time. Their target should also be the signs of the Divine Thunder Manor that appeared recently on Tianhuang mainland. There's no time to wait. I have to go now." Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. Then, his eyes were filled with determination and sharpness. "My drunkard brother is in danger in Tianhuang mainland. There's no news and his whereabouts are unknown. I can't wait any longer. Let's go to Tianhuang city then. That's the only city outside of Tianhuang mainland. It's the gathering place for news. Perhaps we can find out a lot of news," Dongli Qingqing said. After the darkness before dawn, everything was silent. The night faded and the light of dawn gradually brightened from the grayish-blue dome. A soft mist rose from the abyss of the canyon. The surrounding mountains were smeared with a layer of milky white, making everything hazy and illusory. Whoosh, whoosh, several figures darted into the air and then disappeared. Tianhuang City. Although it was called a city, it was not big and was at most a small town. This was the only way to enter Tianhuang mainland and also the habitat of Tianhuang mainland. There were not many ordinary people, but as a gathering place for many cultivators, there were many businesses and it was rather lively. In particular, those who entered Tianhuang mainland were all experts of Kyushu. Those with low cultivation would be courting death if they entered Tianhuang mainland. Therefore, there were quite a few shops in the heavenly desolate city. Many rare high-level pills and elixirs could be found in the heavenly desolate city. Recently, the heavenly wasteland city was even more crowded. All the inns were full. The various forces surged into Tianhuang city in search of the Divine Thunder residence ruins that had appeared on Tianhuang mainland. It was unknown who spread the rumor, but it was said that the younger one was, the greater the chance of entering the Divine Thunder mansion to obtain the inheritance. Therefore, almost all the experts of the major factions above Kyushu had gathered on Tianhuang mainland to protect the younger generation of their sections. It was rumored that many hidden forces had also appeared. Although the infinite wasteland city was full of experts and people, there was no fighting. There were rules in the infinite wasteland city. It was the only habitat in the entire vast Tianhuang mainland. If anyone could fight in the infinite wasteland city, it would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, a long time ago, the infinite wasteland city had set a rule that no disputes could be settled in the infinite wasteland city. Otherwise, they would be jointly besieged by the major forces in the infinite wasteland city. Now that the top forces above Kyushu had entered, they were considered to be abiding by the rules. If they fought in the infinite wasteland city, it would inevitably anger the other forces. By then, they would undoubtedly be hated and become the target of public criticism. This time, all the forces of Kyushu gathered on Tianhuang mainland and naturally had to pass through the infinite wasteland city. All of a sudden, countless handsome young men and women gathered, which was amazing. The Saber King of Hanzhou, Xue Qianzhan, is dead. He was blasted to death by the Demon King of Zhongzhou, Du Xiaofu. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, is really strong. He's a terrifying genius. Rumor has it that Du Tingxian has disappeared from Tianhuang mainland for a long time. No one knows where he is hiding and can't find him anywhere. That Du Tingxian seems to have obtained an item that is related to the Divine Thunder residence. If we can get that item, we can find the real Divine Thunder residence. Now, everyone is looking for Du Tingxian. If we can get the item in Du Tingxuan's hand, we can seize the opportunity. I heard that many dragons have descended on Tianhuang mainland. They want to seek revenge on Du Tingxian. I'm afraid that Du Tingxian won't be able to hide for long. He will be found sooner or later. The bustling streets of the infinite wasteland city were filled with shouts and hawkers. Many discussions spread and it was indeed a place where one could obtain information from all sides. Thank goodness, at least my alcoholic dad is fine for now. On the streets, several figures stood in inconspicuous corners and concealed their auras. They were Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, Dongli Qingqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao. Wandering the streets, Du Xiaofu finally felt a little more at ease after hearing the news. At least from the current news, there didn't seem to be any bad news about his alcoholic dad. However, this still left Du Xiaofu in a grave mood. Let's get out of the city and enter Tianhuang mainland first. Dongli Qingqing whispered to Du Xiaofu. Her graceful figure and face were sized up by many people along with Du Xiaoqing. The two ladies stood in an inconspicuous corner, but they were naturally able to attract attention. Let's go. Looking at the many gazes around him, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly and left. Everyone secretly sized up the surroundings. The infinite wasteland city wasn't small and it was rather majestic. The city towers were ancient but extremely majestic, like an ancient city that had been around for a long time with mottled traces left behind by time. The city could be said to be packed with people. There were all kinds of shops on both sides of the streets and the sounds of hawking could be heard incessantly. In these shops, apart from selling some daily necessities, most of them were spiritual herbs, elixirs, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and various materials that cultivators needed. There were even demon beast mystic bones for sale, but the prices were extremely shocking. Those high-level demonic beast mystic bones were not something that ordinary people could afford to buy. There are so many venerable realm experts and many martial emperors. There are also many talented young people. Du Xiaofu whispered to himself. The aura of a martial venerable could be sensed constantly on the streets. Many young men and women walked by, all of them with extraordinary temperament and dazzling looks. They are all the major forces in Kyushu. They are all here to look for the Divine Thunder Mansion. All the experts of the major forces are protecting the younger generation of the sect. They are here to look for opportunities and obtain the inheritance of the Divine Thunder Mansion, Dongli Qingqing explained. Get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. Suddenly, there was a loud shout from the street. The voice reverberated through the streets like thunder. Du Xiaofu turned around and frowned slightly. He was stunned and dazed. Du Xiaofu looked at the street behind him and saw a huge carriage rolling over. The strange thing was that the carriage was dazzling, but it was pulled by 4 ferocious and terrifying strange beasts. The strange beasts had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. They were dozens of feet long and covered with snow-white scales. Runes covered their bodies and their auras were all at the complete Beast Emperor realm. Oh my God, those are white-scaled draconic horses. Someone immediately exclaimed. Those were the terrifying white-scaled draconic horses. It was said that they were the descendants of the ancient horse clan and dragons. They were a terrifying demonic beast that was extremely terrifying in any city. Now, 4 white-scaled draconic horses at the complete Beast Emperor realm were pulling a carriage. How could people not be shocked? Today's update is complete. Chapter 1036. A young man in his late 20s sat in the carriage. His eyes shone like the brightest stars and he was as handsome as a jade carving. Several young men in their mid-20s stood respectfully at the edges of the carriage. They all had the aura of a human, and all 6 of them were martial honors. The white-scaled draconic horse is the mount of a true descendant of the dragons. The one in the carriage is a descendant of the dragons. It's the cub of a true dragon. Dragons, the legendary dragons. Do they really exist? Don't speak. That's the cub of a true dragon. If they're unhappy, the dragons could attack them at any time. The dragons are really here. It looks like they're going to take revenge on Du Tingxian. The young men and women looked at each other. Many of the arrogant young men and women looked at each other. However, an old man's expression turned serious. His gaze was sharp as he stopped the young men and women in the mountain gate to avoid provoking the dragons. To be able to show off like this, he should be in existence with a high status in the dragon clan. The few human youths around him are battle servants that the dragon clan youth has subdued. That dragon clan youth is very strong. Dongli Qingqing seemed to be introducing Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger. She looked at the young man in the carriage from afar with a serious expression. Dragons. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned sharp. The dragons must be here to look for his drunkard father. Stop. Suddenly, the young man in the carriage waved his hand and the carriage stopped abruptly. At the same time, the young man with the dragons in the carriage looked out and looked at Du Xiaofu and the others. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Little Tiger and looked puzzled. So you're from the tiger tribe. You seem to be a dark sky tiger. How rare. Become my mount. The young man with the dragons wore a green battle suit and stared at the little tiger. What's so great about dragons? They're more like my mounts. In the depths of the little tiger's pitch-black eyes, black and golden runes rippled. With the bloodline of the dark heavenly tiger and the essence blood of the golden-winged great rock flowing in his body, the little tiger was absolutely fearless in front of the dragon's youth. Dragons were the kings of all beasts. They were the most terrifying beasts in the world. However, the little tiger now had the bloodline of the dark sky tiger. It was the emperor of the tiger race. It was rumored that it was not inferior to the white tiger race. The white tiger race was an existence that could contend against dragons. The golden-winged roc was the nemesis of dragons. How could the little tiger be afraid of the dragon's youth? Moreover, the little tiger knew that the dragons had offended the third young master by attacking Du Tingxian. When the surrounding onlookers heard this, many of them immediately retreated. They were afraid that the young man with the dragons would fly into a rage and suffer an unexpected calamity. At the same time, the young men around the carriage jumped out. There were a total of 6 of them and they all landed in front of Du Xiaofu. 6 auras surged and their eyes were fierce and filled with coldness. "Come with us, or die." The leader of the 6 young men was clad in armor. He shouted at the little tiger with a murderous aura. He was extraordinary. If this person was placed above the Kyushu, he would definitely be the leader of the younger generation in any prefecture. "Get lost." Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly turned gloomy. His eyes were suffused with a cold golden light. A loud shout came out of his mouth. His voice was like a roar, and it shook the surrounding space endlessly. His voice was like a rolling wave, rippling like a tsunami. Thud thud. Under the terrifying air waves, the 2 young martial honors staggered a few steps back. Their expressions changed drastically. Under the rolling sound waves, the young man with the dragons in the carriage was puzzled and surprised. He immediately looked at Du Xiaofu. Fighting is prohibited in the Tianhuang city. At this moment, the rolling sound waves came from mid-air. Then, it calmed down. "Let's go." The young man with the dragons waved at the 6 young men. There was a strange fluctuation in his eyes. Whoosh whoosh. The 6 young men with murderous auras leaped back around the carriage and stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. Giddy up, the 4 white-scaled dragon horses galloped again and the carriage sped away. The young man with the dragon's voice was heard. "We'll meet on the Tianhuang mainland. Be careful of that guy. He's very powerful. He must have a high status among the dragons." Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. She could see the murderous intent in the young man with the dragon's eyes. If they met on the Tianhuang mainland, a bloody battle would be unavoidable. "I wonder how the dragon blood tastes like." Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. It had been a long time since he drank the blood essence of a demonic beast. The blood essence of a dragon's must be very effective. If he could roast a dragon, it would be even more delicious. It's the demon king Du Xiaofu. The demon king Du Xiaofu who killed Xue Qianzhan and many disciples of the Heaven Saber sect yesterday. After the young man from the dragon tribe left in front of many shocked gazes, countless pairs of eyes from all around landed on Du Xiaofu's group. Some of them immediately recognized Du Xiaofu. "Let's go." Du Xiaofu frowned. There might be more people from the Heaven Saber sect in the Tianhuang city. The chaotic element Martial Honorable was still there. If they met, it would not be easy. Then, everyone immediately dived into the crowd and left quickly. No one dared to stop them. The Demon King Du Xiaofu's name made people wary. The Heaven Saber sect has issued a bounty. Anyone who can provide accurate information about the Demon King Du Xiaofu will be rewarded with a high-grade Dao artifact. Whoever captures the Demon King Du Xiaofu will be rewarded with a Dharma artifact and an honorable grade God Vein elixir. There was a lot of discussion, and some people's eyes were burning. Bastard, the Heaven Saber sect is really ruthless. They actually issued a bounty. Du Xiaofu rushed into the crowd and cursed. It was definitely dangerous for him. It means that the Heaven Saber sect thinks highly of you. Ordinary people don't get such treatment. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder with a face full of schadenfreude. She was not worried at all about being hunted down. Another person from the beast race with an extraordinary status has come. It seems that the Tianhuang mainland is more lively than I thought. Suddenly, Dongli Qingqing raised her head slightly and looked into the sky with her clear eyes. Whoosh, in midair, waves of air rolled over and over. 4 huge creatures flapped their wings and flew over. They looked like birds, yet they were not. They were like the wind and the phoenix. Their bodies were completely red, and their bodies were wrapped in rolling flames. Everywhere they passed, white smoke spread out, and the ground was scorching hot. It's a blazing fire Luan. Du Xiaofu was slightly surprised. It was a terrifying existence on the heavenly beast ranking. It was said that it had the bloodline of the phoenix race. Its bloodline level was definitely not lower than that of the white-scaled dragon horse. The 4 blazing fire Luans flapped their wings and pulled a phoenix carriage that was flying in the air. It was ancient and engraved with talisman mystic patterns. It shone with a rainbow light and a beautiful woman could vaguely be seen sitting inside. That's someone from the phoenix race. With a blazing fire Luan as her mount, she must have an extremely high status in her race. Dongli Qingqing's eyes flickered as she said softly, "It seems like the beast race is determined to get the divine thunder manner. It's definitely going to be a fierce battle this time." Dragons and phoenixes. Du Xiaofu murmured. Those 2 races were 2 major races among the beast race. It said that there are a total of 3 most ancient and powerful beast races. Dragons and phoenixes are 2 of them, Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. What other races are there? Aren't the 4 strongest races the azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, and black tortoise races? Du Xiaofu was curious and asked Dongli Qingqing. He did not know which of the 3 strongest beast races there were. It was said that the azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, and black tortoise races were the strongest among the beast race. Chapter 1037. There were also some other beast races whose bloodlines were definitely not inferior to the azure dragon, white tiger, and the other 3 races. However, the strength of the entire race could not compare to the 4 races. Just like Du Xiaoqing's original form, the Baifeng, there were many other ancient beasts whose bloodlines were not inferior to the azure dragon and white tiger. There was also the golden-winged great peng, which could feed on dragons. Naturally, it was not inferior to the azure dragon, white tiger, and the other races. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved slightly. She continued, "Actually, the white tiger and black tortoise races are after the azure dragon and phoenix races. Legend has it that before the ancient age, after the beginning of the world, there was a period called the primordial age when all living things in this world began to multiply on this land. At that time, all living things vied for development. Humans were still extremely insignificant. There were only the strongest 3 races, the flying beast, the scaled beast, and the beast race. The representatives of those 3 races were the legendary phoenix race, dragons, and finally, the Qilin race." Qilin race? Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He had never heard of this race before. He was puzzled. A race that could be compared to the dragons and phoenixes could not possibly be unknown. Dongli Qingqing smiled. Her red lips parted slightly as she said softly, "Legend has it that the Qilin race was destroyed by the dragons and phoenixes before the ancient age. They disappeared from this world, causing a great calamity. That great calamity of the world caused the living beings to be plunged into misery and suffering. Blood flowed like rivers. Later on, the dragon race and the phoenix race fought to the death again. Both races suffered heavy losses, so the dragon race retreated to the 4 seas, and the phoenix race also retreated to Wudong Mountain. Only then did the other races in this world begin to rise, including us humans. However, For countless years, the phoenix still reigned supreme among the beast race and the azure dragon reigned supreme among the scaled beast race. For seas, Wudong Mountain. Du Xiaofu had heard of these two places before. The four seas were the four vast seas outside of Kyushu. It was said that no one had been able to cross it. Wudong Mountain was a vast mountain range. It was rumored that it was a forbidden area for living beings. No one dared to enter it, so not many people in the world knew about it. Du Xiaofu had seen this place in some of the ancient records of the Du clan. You really know a lot of things. Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qingqing in astonishment. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to know about these legends from before the ancient times. It was enough to show that Dongli Qingqing was not an ordinary person. What was left in my clan knows a lot about the secrets of this world. To the people of the outside world, it is a secret, but to many people in this world, it is not a strange thing, Dongli Qingqing said. Let's get out of the city first. There is no time to lose. I have to find drunkard father as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu became serious. Finding drunkard father was more important at this moment, so there was no time to waste. Dongli Qingqing and Du Xiaoqing nodded, and then the group headed out of the city. Just as Du Xiaofu and the others were about to leave the city, there was a quiet courtyard in the bustling city. There were a dozen figures sitting in the hall. At the head of the table was an old man in yellow robes. His eyes flickered with lightning. He was the Yinlei elder of the devil religion. There were a dozen people beside him. They all wore hats and robes. They appeared mysterious, but their auras were extremely powerful. This time, all the major powers of the 9 states have been drawn here. Even quite a few hidden powers have appeared. Many descendants of ancient demonic beasts have appeared in the beast region. The Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the others have all sent out powerful youths. Their leaders are all veteran experts. It seems they're determined to obtain the Divine Thunder Manor. An old man beside the Yinlei elder frowned slightly. His voice was extremely respectful to the Yinlei elder. The emissary said that we must obtain the inheritance of the Divine Thunder Manor at all costs. Anyone who gets in our way must be killed. The Yinlei elder's face was gloomy. After escaping from the Alpha Hall, his injuries seemed to have mostly healed. His voice was somewhat sinister. I heard that Du Xiaofu has also appeared here. Should we attack first and get rid of Du Xiaofu? A gloomy voice was heard. Beside the Yinlei elder was an old man who looked to be in his 70s. He seemed to be able to look down on the world, but at this moment, there was a dazzling cold light in his eyes. He was Xinguang Heavenly Master of the Divine Light Court. Du Xiaofu. Hearing those 3 words, the Yinlei elder suddenly let out a bone-chilling sneer. His eyes were surging with killing intent. He said, "It's good that he's here. I was afraid that he didn't come. It's best if Xiahou Fenglei comes with him. Once they arrive on the Tianhuang mainland, none of them will be able to escape. It's not easy to deal with Xiahou Fenglei. Will the emissary come personally this time?" Xinguang Heavenly Master asked the Yinlei elder. "There are some things that you'd better not know. The emissary will tell you what you need to know." The Yinlei elder glanced at Xinguang Heavenly Master, his yellow robe fluttering slightly, and then said, "In short, the devil religion is determined to obtain everything in the Divine Thunder Manor. In addition, Lord Moksha has arrived on the Tianhuang mainland. When necessary, he will contact us. We have to cooperate fully. Lord Moksha." Xinguang Heavenly Master's eyes trembled slightly when he heard this. He said, "Is that the terrifying master of the religion? Is he also here for the Divine Thunder Manor?" Xinguang Heavenly Master's eyes flashed with displeasure and coldness. The Yinlei elder's words had obviously upset him. However, Xinguang Heavenly Master's cultivation was not lower than the Yinlei elder's, but he had to be restrained by the Yinlei elder. "I don't know whether Lord Moksha is here for the inheritance of the Divine Thunder Manor, or to compete with Kyushu, the Beast region, and the Demon realm. With our status, we can't get in touch with Lord Moksha. We just have to wait for Lord Moksha's orders. Xinguang Heavenly Master's eyes flickered, and then he continued slowly, go out and find out how many experts have come this time. Don't pay too much attention to the 8-star spiritual talisman masters and martial venerables. Only the terrifying masters who have stepped into the martial domain realm and 9-star spiritual talisman masters are the most troublesome. Once the divine thunder manner appears, I'm afraid those terrifying masters will be attracted. Yes. More than 10 people bowed and responded. Then, they slowly left the hall. The heavenly wasteland city was neither small nor big. It took Du Xiaofu 2 hours to travel all the way to the gate of the heavenly wasteland city. The heavenly wasteland city was free to come and go, so it was not difficult to leave the city. The crowd was densely packed. Various forces had gathered, and the experts of the 9 states had come. It was an unprecedented and unimaginable grand occasion, causing Du Xiaofu to be extremely surprised along the way. Martial Royal Realm cultivators, who were rarely seen, were everywhere inside and outside the heavenly wasteland city. There were also many martial venerables. The real experts had gathered. Roar, there were demonic beasts roaring in the air. Many terrifying demonic beasts flapped their wings and flew across the sky. There were many carriages pulled by demonic beasts, but they were not as impressive as the carriage of the young man from the Azure Dragon clan and the woman from the Phoenix clan. There are so many experts. Out of the heavenly wasteland city, there was a huge mountain range with a wide view. Du Xiaofu could not help but exclaim. Dongli Qingqing smiled and said, the heavenly wasteland mainland is full of dangers. It is not a place where ordinary people can set foot. Now that there is news of the divine thunder manner, of course, those who have come are experts. Kyushu is vast, and there are also beasts. There are many experts. Everyone, be careful. Du Xiaofu stopped exclaiming. There were experts everywhere. It was said that the heavenly wasteland mainland was full of dangers, so they had to be careful. So many people have treasures on them. I really want to eat them. Du Xiaoyao stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His head tilted left and right as he looked around. His gaze was filled with greed as he looked at the many experts around him. He could feel that those experts had quite a few treasures on them. Don't cause trouble for me. We have many enemies. Du Xiaofu had to warn Du Xiaoyao, afraid that Du Xiaoyao would cause trouble. You seem to have caused more trouble than me. Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She was clearly unconvinced in her heart. She was very unconvinced. Chapter 1038. Big Brother told you not to cause trouble, so just don't cause trouble. Du Xiaoqing's ethereal eyes were also staring at Du Xiaoyao. Naturally, she was on Du Xiaofu's side. Little Qing, you little girl, to think that I stole spiritual herbs for you to eat back then. Du Xiaoyao was surrounded by the two of them. Her golden eyes looked very innocent and angry. She was very unconvinced. However, Du Xiaofu and the others ignored her. Several people flashed into the mountain range. Without any specific information about his drunkard father, Du Xiaofu could only go around and ask around. After 2 hours, in a canyon in the middle of the surrounding mountains, multicolored light soared into the sky. Energy fluctuations also came from many quarreling voices. There are spiritual herbs ahead. Someone is fighting for them. I'll go take a look first. Du Xiaoyao seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes lit up. After her small macaque body swept down from Du Xiaofu's shoulder, she turned into a 5-fingered mountain peak and disappeared on the ground. Du Xiaofu raised his head. Many quarreling voices came from ahead. There seemed to be many people fighting in front of him. There were no less than hundreds of people, both old and young. However, among those people, there did not seem to be any particularly powerful auras. Nevertheless, many middle-aged and old people were also venerable ones. The remaining young men and women of the younger generation were also very extraordinary. In the canyon of the mountains, many figures were extremely excited. There were even densely packed flashing runes. I've said it before. We beasts discovered this place first. Whoever dares to take a step forward will be killed. In front of the canyon, a young man in his 20s had the aura of a beast ruler. He was dressed in tight clothes, and his burly figure outlined the bulging lines of his muscles. He looked very powerful. This young man was extremely unruly. A fierce light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he shouted loudly at the hundreds of figures in front of the canyon. Behind this powerful young man, there were more than a dozen young men and women, as well as several middle-aged men. Most of them had the aura of humans, and seemed to be their battle servants. The remaining few were all powerful demonic beasts in human form. Hearing the shout of the powerhouse in his 20s, although the hundreds of human powerhouses were noisy, none of them dared to take a step forward. They all seemed to be extremely fearful and fearful. Green-headed dragon, what do you mean? This isn't your beast race. Do you think we humans are easy to bully? An arrogant young man, could it be that he was the beast ruler of the beast ruler? Roar, just as the human young man said, a dragon's head, a dragon's, a dragon, and a dragon's. The dragon's head. The young's dragon's head was Inza's. The flood dragon's ferocious bloody mouth opened and sucked, causing a ferocious aura to surge as talisman markings shot into the sky, and then it transformed into a terrifying and ferocious vortex that swallowed the young man and the 10+ young men and women around him. Crack! Crack! The dragon's scales were messy, but its head was green. As it closed its mouth, more than 10 people were crushed in its mouth. Blood splattered everywhere as it swallowed them whole. In the end, the cyan-headed flood dragon transformed into a young man in human form. His terrifying and ferocious aura rippled. His ferocious gaze swept across the frightened humans in front of him, and he said, "Whoever dares to take a step forward will end up like this." Everyone in the surroundings suddenly became silent. All of them were trembling in fear. They were so scared that their hair stood on end. That terrifying flood dragon was actually so powerful. Some of the powerful middle-aged men and elders seemed to have some misgivings. Although they didn't look too good, they didn't dare to step forward. The dragon 9th crown prince is inside collecting spiritual herbs. Whoever dares to step forward will die. The powerful young man shouted. He looked at the crowd with disdain and arrogance. He didn't put anyone in his eyes and didn't take them seriously at all. The dragon 9th crown prince is the descendant of the true dragon. He's the crown prince of dragons. We can't provoke dragons. Some elders and middle-aged men tried to find a way out for themselves. They also warned the disciples of the mountain sect not to provoke the dragons. The dragons were terrifying existences. Even the top forces of a province didn't dare to provoke them. Many people wanted to leave. They didn't want to provoke the dragons. They were existences they didn't dare to provoke. If he were to offend the dragon clan, he was afraid that even his sect would be destroyed. The green dragon is a demonic beast on the heavenly beast list. It must taste good. At this moment, only Du Xiaofu stared at the powerful young man. His gaze was cold, but his mouth was dripping with saliva. The dragon 9th crown prince. Is he one of the dragons? Du Xiaofu stepped forward and stared at the powerful young man. His gaze swept across the dozens of people behind him. There were several demonic beasts with extraordinary auras. They were all existences on the heavenly beast list. There were also dozens of humans. They should be battle servants. Kid, your question is ridiculous. The dragon 9th crown prince is the descendant of the true dragon. He's the 9th crown prince of the dragons. His status is incomparably high. Puny humans, get lost. Otherwise, you'll be stuffed in my teeth. The green dragon sneered. Its eyes were fierce as it stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. So what if you're the descendant of the true dragon? You're also a mixed-blood dragon. I've eaten a mixed-blood dragon before. I wonder if the blood and meat of a newly ascended venerable beast tasted better. Du Xiaofu stared at the green dragon calmly. He licked his saliva dripping from his lips. However, no one noticed the coldness in the depths of his eyes. It can't be. Does that kid want to eat the green dragon? Who is that kid? He must be crazy. The two women by his side are really beautiful. Don't implicate those two beautiful women and let them be stuffed between the teeth of the cyan-headed flood dragon. Many people were about to leave, but they stopped when they heard Du Xiaofu's words. Many people even saw the purple-robed young man staring at the green dragon with saliva dripping out of his mouth. That kind of expression was enough to drive people crazy. Could it be that the kid really wants to eat the green dragon? That's a dragon with the bloodline of the dragons. It's a terrifying existence on the heavenly beast list. Not to mention, it's a newly ascended venerable beast. Kid, don't court death. Run. There were a few old men and women who seemed to be kind-hearted. After all, they were humans. They couldn't bear to see Du Xiaofu being killed by the cyan-headed flood dragon. They secretly urged Du Xiaofu to flee in order to avoid being killed by the cyan-headed flood dragon. Kid, you're courting death. I'll tear you to pieces. Sure enough, the green dragon was enraged. With a loud roar, its powerful body directly pounced on Du Xiaofu. Its whole body emitted a dazzling light. Its whole body was covered with flickering runes, like a burning flame. Its eyes were filled with a ferocious light, and its aura rolled out in all directions. Swish, the green dragon's claw instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu, as if it wanted to tear him to pieces. Du Xiaofu moved. Under many stunned gazes, he appeared to be as calm as the wind and as simple as the clouds, but with a raise of his hand, a golden light swept out, and a fist directly collided with the claw imprint of the green-headed dragon. Poochie, someone vomited blood. Then, his body was directly sent flying into the canyon. He crashed into the rocks, causing the mountain to shake and a large number of rocks to explode. Only then did the crowd see clearly that the one who vomited blood and was sent flying was the green dragon. The terrifying green dragon couldn't even withstand a single blow. This left everyone shocked and dumbstruck. Roar! In a short instant, the dragon roared and the cyan-headed dragon transformed into its true form. Its gigantic body that was over 1,000 feet long soared into the sky, causing the entire world to darken. It was as if a dark cloud had appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying aura that was as vast as an ocean that swept out in all directions. The crowd was shocked. They all looked up and were horrified. The green dragon in its original form was the most terrifying. Roar! The green dragon roared. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Its huge body spewed out a terrifying aura from its mouth. It was like a meteor crashing down on Du Xiaofu. Just a mixed-blood dragon. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like his nickname. He was incomparably powerful like a demon god. His purple robe's long sleeve directly swept towards the sky. Suddenly, a golden talisman rune swept out like a golden ocean. The golden talisman rune turned into a golden wing, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Then, it fiercely slapped the green dragon's body. Poochie poochie, the terrifying energy swept out, and the green dragon fell from the sky. The variegated scales on its body cracked, and blood flowed out. The place where it landed shook the earth and the mountains shook, and debris flew everywhere. Under the terrifying impact, many people in the surroundings couldn't bear the aftermath of the energy and retreated in shock. My dragon's blood, I can't waste it. Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out and arrived in front of the green dragon's body like lightning. His body was like an ant against an elephant, but he landed on the green dragon's neck. With a punch, he smashed a bloody hole in the green dragon's neck. Then, Du Xiaofu directly pounced on the green dragon's neck and opened his mouth to swallow the green dragon's blood. Today's update is complete. Chapter 1039. The roiling blood was like a torrential flood, but when it landed in Du Xiaofu's mouth, it was instantly refined into blood essence. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a bottomless pit, completely devouring the blood of the green-headed flood dragon. The pitiful green-headed flood dragon, when its neck was broken by Du Xiaofu's punch, had already died, its soul destroyed. This cruel scene fell into everyone's eyes, and all of them felt their hair stand on end, sucking in a breath of cold air. At this moment, that purple-robed youth did not look like a human at all, he was simply a ferocious and peerless beast. Damned human killed the green-headed flood dragon, quickly worked together to kill him. The green-headed flood dragon and the several extraordinary beastmen and women recovered from their shock, and immediately roared in anger. Several figures immediately transformed into several huge demonic beasts. Roar! A huge flaming python, like a flood dragon, soared through the sky, bringing with it rolling clouds of fire. The runes were resplendent, and the scorching heat burned the air. That was an ancient flaming snake with the bloodline of an ancient heavenly snake. A gigantic pitch-black eagle flapped its wings. Its body was covered in dragon scales, and its wings covered the sky. It was ferocious and had an ancient and intimidating aura. This was a terrifying ancient dragon eagle. A huge black bear roared, as big as a mountain. Its huge body moved, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. This was a heaven-shaking ancient bear ranked at the top of the heavenly beast list. It had immense strength, and could move mountains and seas. A blood-red praying mantis was dozens of feet long, its whole body was crystal clear, and its sharp feet were sharp. Cold light pervaded the air, and its aura was shocking. This was a ferocious bloodthirsty praying mantis. The four terrifying demonic beasts were all at the revered beast realm, and were all terrifying existences in the beast race. They had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years in the beast race, but they were still part of the younger generation in the beast race. More than 10 human men and women who looked like battle servants also rushed out, waves of terrifying aura surging, shaking the sky in an instant. Rolling pressure was released, causing the surrounding humans to turn pale with fright, and their expressions changed. Rumble, more than 10 terrifying auras rippled out in succession. The clanging sound was deafening, shaking the hearts of the surrounding experts. These dozen or so auras were too powerful. Various auras and talisman patterns blossomed like fireworks, channeling the energy of heaven and earth. They surged and swept through the clouds, causing people to be deeply shocked. Roar, their roars were like rolling thunder. Following which, these dozens of terrifying auras directly enveloped Du Xiaofu. They were going to frenziedly attack Du Xiaofu together. Beast, don't be impudent. While the crowd was still in shock, Dongli Qingqing opened her mouth and shouted. At the same time, her graceful body soared into the sky. At the same time, a curved bow that seemed to come alive appeared in Dongli Qingqing's slender hand. The talisman patterns on it flickered, and a dazzling green light spread out like the sun. A terrifying aura, like an ancient god awakening from its slumber, suddenly erupted. The aura that suddenly swept out made the dozen or so auras that had attacked Du Xiaofu, as well as the surrounding experts, feel fear for some reason. A kind of uneasiness began to faintly seep out from their hearts, and a feeling of unease climbed out from the depths of their souls, becoming more and more intense. Everything happened as fast as lightning. As she drew the bow, a mysterious power seemed to awaken in Dongli Qingqing's body. Her hair danced behind her head, and her temperament was soul-stirring, like the most beautiful dance. Then, for light arrows condensed completely from talisman energy appeared and were released from the bow. Swish 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 swish. The 4 light arrows of talisman energy immediately shot out. Wherever they passed, a large area of space was directly distorted. Then, the space collapsed, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. In a short moment, the 4 light arrows of talisman energy pierced through space, carrying light scars that distorted space. In an instant, they rushed in front of the 4 terrifying demonic beasts, the ancient flame snake, the ancient dragon hawk, the bloodthirsty mantis, and the sky-shaking bear. The terrifying energy under the 4 light arrows was enough to destroy everything, including the defense of the ancient dragon hawk and the ancient dragon hawk. Walala, terrifying green talismans burst out and rushed into the bodies of the 4 demonic beasts. As if devouring their vitality, the talismans heavily injured them. Their hideous mouths were dripping with blood as they violently spurted out beast blood. Bang 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 bang. Then, the 4 huge bodies fell from the sky into the canyon, heavily smashing into the ground. The earth shook and the mountains shook, as if meteorites had fallen from the sky. The 4 terrifying beast sovereign realm demonic beasts had the bloodline of the demonic beast kings, but they had been severely injured by Dongli Qingqing at the same time. Only now did the surrounding heroes realize that the peerlessly beautiful woman was also a terrifying master. Her terrifying aura caused fear to seep out of everyone. The cultivation of the woman in green might be above the purple-robed young man. No wonder they dared to attack the green-headed dragon. They did have the strength to do so. They are young, but their strength is too strong. The surrounding young men and women were the best of the younger generation in their respective mountain sections. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, young geniuses who could shake a region. They all had their own pride. But now, when these young men and women saw the ferocious purple-robed young man and the beautiful woman in green, their pride was destroyed. Compared to this man and woman, what was their heavenly talent? It was not worth mentioning at all. Retreat, quickly retreat. The 4 demonic beasts fell. More than a dozen battle servants, who were originally pouncing forward, immediately prepared to retreat. Walala. But it was too late. Du Xiaofu pounced on the green-headed dragon's neck and swallowed the dragon's blood. Without even turning his head, he swung his purple long sleeves. Puff, 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 monstrous golden talisman patterns erupted. It was as if a giant ping-pang's golden wings had swept across the sky. Several battle servants were shattered into a bloody mist. The remaining ones were severely injured and fell to the ground. It was a tragic sight. Refreshing. Du Xiaofu stood up with a smile. His mouth was full of the dragon's blood, which made him look even more ferocious. Who is that guy? He is so ferocious. Is he a human or a demonic beast? The heroes were shocked. At this moment, even the powerful old men, middle-aged men, and women gasped. That level of ferocity was definitely not human. Chi. In the depths of the canyon, a golden light shot out from the mountain peak. Then, a little golden macaque appeared out of thin air. With a face full of excitement, it shouted, "Let's run. That guy from the dragon clan is too strong. He's about to come out. Du Xiaoyao, you bastard. What did you do?" Du Xiaofu shouted. The matter at hand was not over yet. Many demonic beasts on the heavenly beast ranking could eat to their heart's content. As expected, Du Xiaoyao had stirred up trouble again. "I was the first to take their treasures. You can have half of it. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, we will be in big trouble." Du Xiaoyao was so excited that it did not seem like it was being chased. Instead, it was filled with excitement. Thinking about how the young dragons were enraged when they took the treasures earlier, they felt very comfortable. Wait a moment. The scales and tendons of the flood dragon are great refinement treasures. The meat of the flood dragon is very nutritious. Also, the bones of the green flood dragon are hard to find. Du Xiaofu frowned. An extraordinary long blade appeared in his hand. He chopped off the head of the green flood dragon and picked out its tendons. He collected a lot of flood dragon scales and finally cut off a lot of flood dragon's meat and put it into his spatial pouch. Third young master, take more meat. Otherwise, there won't be enough to eat later. Little Tiger said weakly. The meat of the green flood dragon should be good. There's also that bear's paw. I want to eat that heaven-shaking bear's paw. Du Shaoqing looked at the heaven-shaking bear that was heavily injured and fell in the distance. She was a bird, so she did not want to eat the ancient dragon eagle. I think the meat of the ancient flame python should be good. Dongli Qingqing was also interested. She had also eaten Du Xiaofu's barbecued meat before. Thinking about it now, she was secretly drooling. Hearing Du Shaoqing, Dongli Qingqing and Little Tiger's words, the heaven-shaking bear and the other demonic beasts were terrified. Where did these people come from? At this moment, they all had an illusion that they were the real savage demonic beasts and they were just humans. It's too late, run. Du Xiaofu shouted and rolled his eyes at Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger and Dongli Qingqing. After putting away the huge head of the green flood dragon and a lot of flood dragon meat, he immediately called for everyone to leave. He could already feel that there were many terrifying auras erupting from the distance. Swoosh swoosh, following that, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoyao, Du Shaoqing and Little Tiger immediately left. Remember this well. This young master Du Xiaofu, known as the Demon King, hates dragons the most. This time, I'll collect some interest first. As the figure left, Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated in all directions of the canyon. Du Xiaofu, Demon King Du Xiaofu. So it's him, no wonder he's so savage. Rumor has it that the Demon King Du Xiaofu killed the Heaven Blade sect's Xue Qianzhan and many other disciples. I saw it with my own eyes, he's really savage. The crowd was stunned. Today, they had truly broadened their horizons. No wonder he had the title of Devil King. Let's run quickly. When the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince and the others come out, I'm afraid they'll go crazy and start a massacre. Immediately, the surrounding heroes regained their senses and began to retreat. They were afraid that when the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince came out, he would start a massacre. When that time came, they would be in for a bad time. You stole my spiritual medicine and killed my people. No matter who you are, I, the Dragon Ninth Crown Prince, will definitely cut you into pieces. In the depths of the canyon, a terrifying aura erupted. Then, a shocking voice resounded through the 9 heavens like a dragon's roar, overflowing with killing intent. In the next instant, more than 10 figures appeared in the air. The aura of the people in the lead was incomparably powerful. The person in the lead was the dragons in the carriage that Du Xiaofu had met in Tianhuang City. It was the young man in green battle clothes. Chapter 1040. 4 hours later, Du Xiaofu led Du Shaoqing, Little Tiger, and Du Xiaoyao into the purple thunder profound cauldron under Dongli Qingqing's shocked gaze. Then, they entered the ancient barren space again. After entering the purple thunder profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu was confident that he could escape the pursuit of the dragon's youth. From Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaofu learned that the dragon's youth had many top young beasts and many powerful battle servants by his side. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Divine Thunder Cauldron, was that the Divine Thunder Cauldron just now? Dongli Qingqing was still shocked in the ancient barren space. She recognized the Divine Thunder Cauldron as there was a lot of information about it in her tribe. You also know about the Divine Thunder Cauldron? That was indeed the Divine Thunder Cauldron. Du Xiaofu smiled at Dongli Qingqing and did not hide anything. The two of them had gone through thick and thin together in the dark forest for so long. That trust in Du Xiaofu did not decrease but instead increased. Naturally, there was nothing that he could not trust. There should be 9 Divine Thunder Cauldrons, one above Kyushu. Rumor has it that a top expert placed them there to guard Kyushu. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu with a serious expression. She said softly, "Rumor has it that once the divine thunder cauldron appears, the world will once again encounter a great calamity. No wonder those tribes have started to make a move recently. Master also mentioned that a great calamity is coming. Who cares what great calamity is coming? I just want to find drunkard dad now." Du Xiaofu said softly. People who acted so ostentatiously against the dragons could at least affect the dragons. Now that the dragons were doing their best to find drunkard dad, Du Xiaofu hoped to reduce the pressure on drunkard dad. If the dragons wanted to deal with him, they would naturally have to disperse their forces. You provoked the dragons because you want to take the opportunity to find your father, right? Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. He purposely attacked the green-headed dragon and provoked the dragons. She knew his motive. Her clear eyes she said, however, that dragon dad is not to be messed with. But the dragon's dragon is definitely not. Is not to be underestimated. But the dragon's dragons are definitely not to be underestimated. You mean, only Long Jiu came from the dragon clan? Du Xiaofu was rather surprised to hear this. Apart from provoking the dragons to reduce the pressure on drunkard dad, he also wanted to take advantage of the dragons to find drunkard dad. This was much better than searching aimlessly on his own. In addition, Du Xiaofu wanted his name to spread so that drunkard dad would know and be able to find him. That shouldn't be the case. It's just that the dragon dad's people are all of the younger generation. Given the dragon's pride, why would an old man appear? In any case, the top experts of the human race would not dare to touch the dragons. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and sighed secretly. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. It's just that your father is an accident, and so are you. What's there to be afraid of? It's fine as long as there's no old man. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately smiled. He really did not fear the Dragon 9 among his peers. However, the Dragon 9 was also somewhat unfathomable and would not be easy to deal with. Don't underestimate the Dragon 9. His cultivation is extremely strong. Even if I go all out, I might not be able to gain the upper hand. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Du Xiaofu. Speaking of which, what level has your cultivation reached now? Du Xiaofu immediately looked at Dongli Qingqing and asked. His eyes were filled with doubt. The aura on Dongli Qingqing's body made it difficult for him to pry into it. I've only reached the peak of the Nirvana Martial Venerable Realm not long ago. I don't know when I'll be able to achieve perfection. Dongli Qingqing said softly. Peak of the Nirvana Martial Venerable Realm. Du Xiaofu immediately clicked his tongue and looked at Dongli Qingqing in shock. I'm different from you. I've received many benefits from my clan, which is why I can reach this level. There are many large clans in this world, including the dragons, the phoenixes, and the younger generation of the ancient monster clans. I reckon that there are many people whose cultivation is above mine. The foundations of their clans are stronger, so I have to work harder. Dongli Qingqing said. It's indeed different with the foundations of the clan. Those monster clans and hidden clans are undoubtedly stronger than the ancient divine sect. Du Xiaofu muttered softly. With the foundations of the clan, the path of cultivation of the younger generation would be much easier. You're very strong now as well. You don't have any foundations to support you, but your current cultivation and strength are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Dongli Qingqing was secretly shocked. She knew how ferocious and abnormal Du Xiaofu was. She could also tell that he had not used his true strength when he killed Xue Qianzhan. Even if she were to fight with him now, Dongli Qingqing had no confidence in winning. I don't have any foundations to support me, but I've tempered myself along the way. I've encountered countless dangers and walked through countless life and death situations. I've walked this path by myself. I'm not afraid of my peers. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. His eyes shone with a golden light. He then looked at Dongli Qingqing and said, I need to refine the blood essence of the green-head dragon in my body for a period of time. The time in this desolate ancient space is enough for us to delay. Your injuries should not have healed completely yet. Take this opportunity to recover. After a while, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, and Dongli Qingqing began to adjust their breathing. Especially Du Xiaoyao. His entire body was wrapped in a golden light. The mysterious runes on the mountain peak behind him evolved and grew. His aura was like the beginning of the world. During this period of time, Du Xiaoyao had gained a lot of benefits. Then, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and began to refine the blood essence of the green-head dragon in his body. He continued to cultivate the second level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique, bone washing and marrow cleansing. The first level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique was to refine the golden feathers. It required the use of spiritual herbs to refine the body. Du Xiaofu had already succeeded in cultivating it. The second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing required the consumption of the blood essence of at least a demonic beast on the heavenly beast list. The most violent energy contained in the blood essence of the demonic beast would be used to wash the bones and marrow. Over the years, Du Xiaofu's body had been strengthening under various opportunities. His body had never stopped. It had become more and more terrifying. However, this terrifying body was due to the other opportunities that Du Xiaofu had obtained. As for the level of the golden-winged rock's body refining technique, Du Xiaofu was still stuck at the second level of bone washing and marrow cleansing. In the past, Du Xiaofu had consumed the blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list for bone washing and marrow cleansing. However, that didn't mean that Du Xiaofu had successfully broken through to bone washing and marrow cleansing. It was just that the blood essence of those demonic beasts had allowed him to successfully wash his bones and marrow several times. The blood essence of demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list was far from enough to reach the bone washing and marrow cleansing stage. After hearing Dongli Qingqing's words, especially after learning about Dongli Qingqing's cultivation level, as well as the cultivation level of that youth with the dragons, Du Xiaofu was even more certain that he had to become even stronger. In the Central Plains, Du Xiaofu estimated that he was number one among his peers. However, in all of Kyushu, the Beast region, the Yao realm, the primordial beast clans, and hidden great clans, the cultivation levels of his peers were even more terrifying. Begin. Within the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat down cross-legged and began to refine the azure flood dragon's blood essence. Roar. The azure flood dragon had just become a sovereign beast. Its blood essence contained a terrifying amount of energy. As Du Xiaofu refined it, the faint roar of a flood dragon could be heard from Du Xiaofu's throat. Chapter 1041. Walala, violent energy surged through Du Xiaofu's body, spreading through his organs and seeping into his bones, muscles, and cells. It was as if thousands of beasts were rampaging in his body, trying to destroy Du Xiaofu's body. If it were any other newly ascended martial honorable, they would have exploded and died on the spot from the violent energy impact. However, Du Xiaofu was an exception. His physical body had become much stronger, and the violent energy impact of the green-headed dragon's blood essence, which had just ascended to martial honorable, could no longer cause any harm to Du Xiaofu's physical body. A moment later, light gradually spread out from Du Xiaofu's body. The resplendent light was accompanied by the flickering of runes, appearing complicated and mysterious. These runes finally formed the shadow of a green-headed dragon. It was faintly discernible and circled around Du Xiaofu's body. Time passed slowly. Du Xiaofu had refined the vast energy within the green-headed dragon's blood essence into every bit of his flesh, blood, bones, and cells. Using the violent energy within the green-headed dragon's blood essence to cleanse the impurities hidden in his bones and marrow, and nourish his body, Du Xiaofu was cleansing his bones and marrow. On Tianhuang mainland, the demon king Du Xiaofu's name began to spread everywhere. While the Heaven Saber sect was offering bounties everywhere to hunt down the demon king Du Xiaofu, news spread that the dragon ninth prince of the dragons was furious and had ordered all the beast tribes to search for Du Xiaofu. That demon king Du Xiaofu is really strong. He killed Xue Qianzhan of the Heaven Saber sect and even dared to touch someone of the dragons. You haven't heard, have you? It said that the demon king Du Xiaofu swallowed the green-headed dragon's flesh. He's terrifyingly ferocious. As expected of the demon king. It can't be that cruel, right? Is it a human or a demonic beast? Why hasn't there been any news about Du Tingxian recently? I heard that only Du Tingxian obtained something related to the Divine Thunder Mansion. The continent was abuzz with discussion. Kyushu, the Beast region, the Yao realm, and other experts were still pouring into the continent. Recently, there had been constant disputes in Tianhuang mainland, and it was inevitable that there would be many confrontations and battles between forces. On the other hand, Tianhuang mainland was a barren land and there were dangers everywhere. Once one fell into it, it was rumored that even legendary experts like the martial domain realm had died before, let alone a martial honorable. On the vast Tianhuang mainland, there were mysterious ancient formations left behind from ancient times. It was said that there were still savage wilderness demon beasts in the Tianhuang mainland. They were also demon beasts, but they had never left the Tianhuang mainland. After countless years, some savage wilderness demon beasts had even become terrifying existences. Not many people had set foot on this barren land and there were countless treasures hidden there. It was said that there were many mysterious bones and natural treasures within. It was also rumored that a supreme expert had once been on the Tianhuang mainland and scattered many treasures on this barren land. This time, the appearance of the Divine Thunder Mansion was enough to alert all the forces to come and investigate. Some people were determined to obtain it. Jinlei Tensei was one of the top experts in the world. What he left behind was enough to affect a part of the world. At this moment, disputes were everywhere in Tianhuang mainland, and there were all kinds of fights. Especially among the younger generation, there were also many famous existences. In a short period of time, many of the younger generation had become famous. They were the strongest existences in the fight for the Divine Thunder Mansion. The ninth prince of the dragons, Dragon 9. Huang Linger of the Phoenix clan. Bailey Wuya of the Ning province. Mu Jianchen of the Shang province. Qin Gu of the Thunder province. Hua Zimo of the Wanzhou province. Feng Wuxia of the Yu province. Yuzheng Tongxian of the Yun province. These people of the younger generation had all become famous in Tianhuang mainland in a short period of time. Whoosh! In the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged with a golden glow spreading around his body and talisman runes flashing. From afar, it looked like a golden-winged great rock circling behind Du Xiaofu. It was domineering and intimidating enough to make all beasts prostrate. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's exposed skin had a purplish gold color that was crystal clear. After cleansing his bones and marrow, his body was strengthened once more. And before this, when Du Xiaofu was tempering his golden feathers at the first level of the body cultivation method, by chance, he had cultivated to the realm of the true rock that even a real golden-winged rock would find difficult to reach. His physical body continued to strengthen. Even though his physical body had strengthened a little, Du Xiaofu's current perverted physical body did not seem to have much of an effect. In terms of his cultivation base, there was not much progress either. However, any enhancement of the physical body brought about astonishing benefits in actual combat. There was no doubt that his combat strength had increased tremendously and it was not something that could be compared to those of the same cultivation level. Relying on his body, it was easy for him to kill opponents of a higher level. Most of the time, Du Xiaofu relied on his perverse defense to kill opponents of a higher level. Runes flashed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, had a body that was sparkling and translucent. His long black hair was wrapped in golden runes, making him look like a divinity. A tyrannical aura emanated from him, as well as an ancient mystery. After an unknown period of time, his aura was retracted and a dazzling golden light surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Huff! After the last wisp of golden light was retracted, Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His tightly shut eyes opened and a golden light burst out along with faint lightning. A domineering aura swept out and shook the entire ancient desolate space. There was no doubt that after Du Xiaofu used the green-head dragon's blood essence to refine his body had strengthened and his strength had increased by a lot. The effects of the green-head dragon's blood essence from a newly ascended martial honorable are not bad. Feeling the toughness of his physical body, Du Xiaofu could not help but let out a smile. Even his cultivation state had improved by quite a bit. The violent energy contained in the green-head dragon's blood essence was more or less transformed into celestial chi under the golden-winged rocks technique. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient desolate space trembled again. A terrifying aura swept out and the entire ancient desolate space trembled. A supreme aura swept out in all directions. When this aura swept out, Du Xiaofu's expression changed and he immediately turned to look. On one side of the ancient desolate space, a terrifying scene was erupting like a sun. "That's Du Xiaoyao breaking through!" Du Xiaofu exclaimed. The golden talisman engravings were erupting like a sun. Du Xiaoyao was breaking through. Du Xiaofu, quickly come into my rune world. The terrifying golden talisman engravings exploded and Du Xiaoyao's voice came out. Comprehending the pulse spirit. Du Xiaofu was overjoyed. When he was connected to Du Xiaoyao, he knew what kind of benefits it would bring to the meridian soul. Back then, Xue Qianzhan had made great achievements in the comprehension of the meridian soul. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu condensed his hand seals and his expression became serious. Connecting with Du Xiaoyao required absolute trust and no mistakes could be made. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Du Xiaofu communicated with his martial vein. The golden talisman engravings immediately surged out and condensed into the shadow of a mountain peak. As Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit condensed, it immediately merged with the dazzling golden light emitted by the small demon. The golden light burst out and Du Xiaofu vaguely felt that he had entered another ancient desolate space. The ancient desolate space was filled with purple mist, as if it was the beginning of chaos. These 2 chapters are missing a few hundred words. Xiao Yu will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 1042. In this purple hazy space, a huge 5-fingered mountain was shining brightly, like a golden sun in the sky. It was constantly changing, evolving, and condensing. The 5-fingered mountain seemed to have been given life. Its terrifying power spread and suppressed this purple hazy space. In the ancient barren space, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged again, was enveloped in a dazzling golden light. A 5-fingered mountain appeared behind him, evolving, condensing, and giving birth to dense spirit energy. Multicolored light spread out, and the sound of wind and thunder could be heard. The mysterious runes on the talismans were all changing, and they all contained a certain kind of origin energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the mountain behind Du Xiaofu was evolving and changing exactly the same as the mountain in the purple hazy space. The two were one and had endless changes. Du Xiaofu was immersed in comprehending the pulse spirit. The aura of the mountain behind him became stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying. Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit was transforming and improving rapidly. Boom! The entire ancient barren space was affected at this moment. The space trembled violently, and a vast aura swept out. The mysterious runes on the talismans shone brightly, and endless dazzling light burst out. The light around Du Xiaoyao became more and more dazzling. Its power seemed to be able to suppress and destroy this ancient barren space. What a powerful aura! In the ancient barren space, Dongli Qingqing, Du Xiaoqing, and Little Tiger had already been awakened. Looking at the erupting golden light, even Dongli Qingqing was shocked. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the three, a powerful wave erupted from the golden light like a storm. Then, under the dazzling golden light of the mysterious runes, the mountain wriggled and turned into a huge golden ape. Roar, the golden ape roared. Mysterious runes flashed all over its body. Its body was crystal clear and full of vitality. It communicated with heaven and earth, giving people the feeling of the beginning of heaven and earth and the beginning of all things. At this moment, the meridian soul behind Du Xiaofu was still connected to the ape born from the mountain. It was also quiet in a strange and mysterious space. Du Xiaofu felt that he was also transforming at this moment. It was as if he had experienced reincarnation and comprehended a new life. There was an indescribable feeling of profoundness, as if he was undergoing a nirvana transformation. Du Xiaofu had also experienced this feeling when he was connected to Du Xiaoyao, but it was undoubtedly more intense this time. Du Xiaofu's five-finger mountain peak vein soul also began to change, as if it was awakening with life. The mysterious runes on the golden symbol puppet flickered as if it was about to turn into a living creature. There was a faint illusory figure of a golden ape that was transforming. However, in the end, it was unable to truly take form. Dongli Qingqing watched from a distance. Seeing the illusory figure of the mountain peak behind Du Xiaofu change, her fairy-like face was filled with surprise. Du Xiaoqing also felt the change of the meridian soul, so she whispered to Dongli Qingqing, "Sister Qingqing, brother's meridian soul seems to be transforming." When human cultivators reach the martial venerable realm, their meridian soul will change from psychic to spirit transformation. However, there are several levels in spirit transformation. The first is building the meridian soul body, so that the meridian soul will develop intelligence and truly awaken. Your brother's meridian soul should be about to reach the second level, spirit transformation. At this level, the meridian soul body can truly become a living creature. Generally speaking, it is already very impressive for a transcendent martial venerable to reach this level, because the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body is basically the symbol of a primordial martial venerable, Dongli Qingqing explained to Du Xiaoqing. Can brother reach the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body now? Du Xiaoqing was a little nervous. She clenched her fists, hoping that her brother's meridian soul could improve greatly. It should be very difficult, but it is already very terrifying. Dongli Qingqing looked at the changes of the meridian soul behind Du Xiaofu with a little shock in her eyes. She then continued to speak to Du Xiaoqing, "Do you still remember Xue Qianzhan that your brother killed? That guy's meridian soul was about to reach the spirit transformation of the meridian soul body, which means that he did indeed have unparalleled talent. It is enough to shock people. Your brother's cultivation level is lower than his, so his meridian soul should not be lower than Xue Qianzhan's. If this news were to spread, it would be enough to scare many people to death." Walala, in the ancient desolate space, the golden ape's crystal clear body was still being baptized by the surging heaven and earth energy. A terrifying aura erupted, as if it could sweep away and suppress everything. After a long time, the sky full of runes continuously surged into the golden ape's body. Its eyes were intelligent, as if it was born with spiritual eyes, overlooking everything. What a terrifying demon sovereign! The red-bone horse ape, the supreme of heaven and earth. Dongli Qingqing also trembled. The aura of the golden ape was too terrifying. The red-bone horse ape was one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Finally, when everything calmed down, the golden ape's body was shining with golden light, and the hair on its head was colorful. The light was restrained, and it continued to transform into a golden ape the size of a baby. It was slightly larger than its original body. Hugh, a mouthful of turbid air was spat out from Du Xiaoyao's mouth, shaking the space. His eyes opened, and the faint golden light within his deep golden eyes was unfathomable. It added a mysterious feeling, and even revealed a noble demeanor. Du Xiaoyao, you have broken through to the supreme realm. Du Xiaoqing went forward and looked at Du Xiaoyao with her ethereal eyes. Du Xiaoyao's long and dense eyelashes curled up slightly, covering her deep, faint golden eyes. She rolled her eyes and said, I have received many benefits recently, so I was able to break through. You should be able to break through soon too. I still lack an opportunity, but it should be soon. Du Xiaoqing said. Recently, she had seen so many experts in the Tianhuang mainland, which made her desire to break through more and more. If she was too weak, she would only be a burden to her brother if she encountered danger. Are you not done yet? After that, Du Xiaoyao's lively eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu, who was not far away. There was a faint golden imprint between his brows, flickering like a flame. In the end, it left behind a faint imprint. His brows rose slightly. Then, he revealed a smile and said softly, You seem to have improved quite a bit. After a few days, Du Xiaofu, who was immersed in comprehension, finally showed signs of awakening. However, the pulse spirit behind him did not succeed in pulse spirit transformation. Whoosh, the golden light around him receded, and the phantom of the mountain turned into talismans and mysterious patterns that entered his body. Everything disappeared into his body. Phew! Du Xiaofu spat out a mouthful of turbid air from his throat and abdomen. Then, he opened his tightly closed eyes. A faint golden light flickered in his pupils, which then slowly converged into a clear and bright light. The improvement in the comprehension of the pulse spirit is shocking. If this news were to spread, it would scare many people to death. Dongli Qingqing stepped forward and smiled. There was shock in her eyes on her beautiful, fairy-like face. I have to thank Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. This time, the improvement in the meridian spirit was indeed thanks to little demon Du's help. Hee, it's good that you know. Du Xiaoyao jumped onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder and the macaque claw. Then, she took out a spiritual vine that was a few feet long from somewhere. There were 8 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine. Whoosh, the spiritual fruits were the size of a baby's fist, but they were rippling with an aura that made Du Xiaofu's heart flutter. They were sparkling and translucent, tempting people to take a bite out of them. Looking at the 8 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine, Du Xiaoyao had been drooling for a long time. This seems to be, looking at the 7 purple spiritual fruits on the spiritual vine in Du Xiaoyao's hand, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled, and his eyes almost popped out. He said, 8-star purple spiritual fruit, this is an 8-star purple spiritual fruit. This is indeed an 8-star purple spiritual fruit. This is a precious treasure. It is said that the 8-star purple spiritual fruit can strengthen the soul and refine the primordial spirit. It is a treasure for an 8-star Nirvana spiritual symbol master and a Nirvana martial sovereign. It is even more precious for an ordinary 8-star spiritual symbol master and a martial sovereign. Dongli Qingqing looked at the 8-star purple spiritual fruit in Du Xiaoyao's hand and was also surprised. This was indeed a treasure among treasures. Any spiritual herb that could strengthen the primordial spirit was rare and precious. Moreover, this 8-star purple spiritual fruit was very useful for martial sovereigns and 8-star spiritual symbol masters. It was not enough to describe its preciousness. Is this the spiritual herb that you stole from Dragon 9 in the canyon? Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and calmed down. He looked at Du Xiaoyao on his shoulder and asked. Hee. Du Xiaoyao chuckled, revealing the appearance of a noble king. He seemed to be old and experienced as he said, of course, when it comes to finding elixirs, I am much better than them. This 8-star purple spirit fruit was guarded by a powerful savage beast. Long Jiu and the others joined forces to suppress and repel it. I took the opportunity to take it and leave, but was discovered by them in the end. Chapter 1043. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu stared at Du Xiaoyao. He could imagine the expressions of Dragon 9 and the others when they tried so hard to get the 8-star purple spirit fruit, only to have it snatched away by Du Xiaoyao. It must have been quite a sight to behold. There are 8 of them in total. There are 5 of us, so 1 for each of us. Give me the remaining 3. Du Xiaoyao counted everyone greedily. Her mind was already on the 8-star purple spirit fruit. If she hadn't felt the breakthrough earlier, she would have already devoured the 8-star purple spirit fruit. What a wastrel! Du Xiaofu hit Du Xiaoyao and said, "Just take 1 and keep the other 3. As far as I know, this kind of treasure is useless even if you take too many. Usually, only the first one has the best effect. Taking more is a waste. I didn't say I was going to eat it. Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Sima Muhan can also eat it." Du Xiaoyao angrily stared at Du Xiaofu and roared, feeling wronged for herself. "Hee, at least you have a conscience." Du Xiaofu scratched the back of his head and looked at Du Xiaoyao in embarrassment. He then changed the topic and said, "It's fine that you took the 8-star purple spirit fruit, but why did you also take the spirit vine? It would have been better to leave it for next time. So stupid. This kind of treasure, do you think it's like a fruit tree in the mortal world, blooming and bearing fruit every year?" Du Xiaoyao stared at Du Xiaofu like an old man. Her platinum eyes turned white as she said, "Moreover, this spirit vine is also a treasure. After taking it, it will have a great effect. It's comparable to an ordinary supreme-level elixir. It's also a treasure. Then it really can't be wasted." Du Xiaofu was astonished, and then he was overjoyed, his eyes revealing a sinister smile. Dongli Qingqing smiled helplessly as she watched Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao arguing like clowns. She then asked Du Xiaoqing softly, "Xiaoqing, who are the Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoman, and Sima Muhan that Du Xiaoyao mentioned?" "Sister Shuang is my brother's big sister, and Sister Shuang is my brother's friend. Sister Muha seems to be my brother's martial nephew, but their relationship seems to be very complicated. I can't see through it, but they are all very good to my brother." Du Xiaoqing was also a little confused. Some human emotions were too complicated, and she was a little dizzy. "Is that so?" Dongli Qingqing's eyes flickered. There were some ripples in her eyes. It was very complicated. She didn't know why there were ripples in her heart. Then, in the desolate ancient space, several people took the 8-star purple spirit fruit and sat cross-legged to refine it. They obtained great benefits. Du Xiaofu refined the 8-star purple spirit fruit with the mysterious incomplete technique. A white divine light enveloped his body, and an ancient and boundless aura rippled in the surroundings. Dongli Qingqing's body was enveloped in a green light. She was full of vitality, which made people's minds ripple. Several people might have benefits, but they seemed to have forgotten about the outside world immediately. After a few days, Dongli Qingqing was the first to wake up. The green light around her body was restrained, and her eyes were deep and moving. Bang! As Dongli Qingqing woke up, a low muffled sound of energy came from not far away. Dongli Qingqing quickly raised her head. The misty space in front of her had a sudden surge of energy. It was as if something was pulling it, and it was fluctuating crazily. Looking in the direction of the energy fluctuation, Dongli Qingqing's clear eyes fell on Du Xiaofu. Then, she was surprised. Her white teeth slightly opened, and her red lips slightly opened in astonishment. Is he going to break through again? In Dongli Qingqing's astonished eyes, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's body was like a mysterious bottomless pit, swallowing the energy of heaven and earth around him. This energy was extremely vigorous, and it shook people's souls. It formed a halo of energy around Du Xiaofu's body, and it poured into his body unceasingly. This lasted for about an hour. During this time, Du Xiaoyao also began to wake up. A surging aura spread out from the little macaque's body. About an hour later, Du Xiaofu's aura slowly dissipated. The energy of heaven and earth that had gathered began to weaken. The white divine light slowly became illusory and restrained. When the last bit of energy of heaven and earth dissipated, the white divine light poured into his body. Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes also began to slowly open. Immediately, two beams of energy shot out from his eyes. That gaze caused one's Yuan spirit to tremble when looking at it. Huff, the light in his eyes slowly faded. Du Xiaofu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The space around him faintly distorted, and his gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. An 8-star mysterious spiritual talisman master, a clear and gentle voice came. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and saw Dongli Qingqing, who was wearing a green outfit, walking over. Du Xiaoyao stood on her shoulder. Her eyes were glowing with golden light, revealing a noble temperament. The 8-star purple spirit fruit is really a precious treasure. It can directly let me break through to the next level of spiritual talisman master. Du Xiaofu smiled. The effect of an 8-star purple spirit fruit was like this. Presumably, Dragon 9, who had lost 8 8-star purple spirit fruits, must hate Du Xiaoyao to the bone. Your cultivation technique doesn't seem to be ordinary. It can absorb the benefits of the 8-star purple spirit fruit to the soul to the maximum. Its aura is also extraordinary. Dongli Qingqing's clear eyes had doubts. Du Xiaofu had been urging the white divine light's aura, which made her feel that it was extraordinary. The aura emitted from the white divine light seemed ordinary, but it was ancient and boundless. It was definitely not ordinary. I obtained this cultivation technique by accident. It is extremely extraordinary, but unfortunately, it should be incomplete. I don't know its origin. Du Xiaofu said to Dongli Qingqing. The mysterious cultivation technique was also obtained by accident, and he didn't know its origin. We've been here for so long. Shouldn't we go out? Dongli Qingqing didn't ask any more questions. She had seen Du Xiaofu's mysterious cultivation technique before. It's about time. When Little Blue and Little Tiger wake up, we'll go out. Du Xiaofu's expression suddenly became serious. Although there was a lot of time in the ancient desolate space, his drunkard father's whereabouts were still unknown. There must be danger everywhere. This made Du Xiaofu worried. Yes, but this time you must be more careful. Besides the Heaven Knife sect, you've offended even the dragons. Dongli Qingqing frowned slightly. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was still as fearless as before. Du Xiaofu smiled and didn't say anything. He waited in the ancient desolate space for Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger to wake up. 2 days later, Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger woke up one after another in the ancient desolate space. Both of them had received great benefits in spirit and soul, but they didn't have any substantial progress in cultivation strength. After all, the 8-star purple spirit fruit had great benefits in spirit and soul, but not in cultivation level. Little Blue and Little Tiger were still in their demonic beast form. However, although Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger had not made a breakthrough, the benefits they had gained in terms of battle strength were undoubtedly greater than the benefits they had gained from making a breakthrough. The most difficult thing to improve was spirit and soul strength. It was something that all cultivators could only dream of. Let's go out. As Du Xiaoqing and Little Tiger woke up, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He then left the ancient desolate space and jumped out of the purple thunder profound cauldron. After a while, several people quietly appeared in a mountain range. In the distance, there were figures flying across the sky from time to time. No one would stop for Du Xiaofu and the others. No one would do anything that didn't benefit them. Brother, where's the green-head dragon's meat? On the wide mountain path in the mountain range, Du Xiaoqing seemed to have thought of the green-head dragon and immediately asked Du Xiaofu. I almost forgot. We haven't eaten the green-head dragon's meat yet. After Du Xiaofu ate the green-head dragon's blood and the 8-star purple spirit fruit, he really forgot that he still had the green-head dragon's meat. Hearing this, he looked around and saw that it was almost dusk. Anyway, he didn't have a destination. After hesitating for a while, he said, how about we eat barbecued meat first? Okay. Du Shaoqing and Du Xiaoyao said almost at the same time. The saliva that was about to flow out of little tiger's mouth was already proof of his current mood. Dongli Qingqing didn't object. Her face was full of smiles. Then, Du Xiaofu skillfully set up a stone stove and a stone barbecue table on the mountain path. He took out a large medicine cauldron that he didn't know from someone's storage bag and placed it on the stove. Taking out the huge green-head dragon's head from his qianquan bag, Du Xiaofu washed it in a small river not far away and began to stew. This spirit vine is a treasure. It's better to stew it. Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He took out the 8-star purple spirit fruit spirit vine that Du Xiaoyao seized from him from his qianquan bag. He took out 1/5 of it like a treasure and threw it into the medicine cauldron, stewing it together with the green-head dragon's head. Then, Du Xiaofu washed a large piece of the green-head dragon's meat. He also made a fire and placed it on the barbecue table. After applying seasoning, he began to barbecue it. Several people were openly stewing and barbecuing meat on the mountain path. It immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. Many figures were attracted. Oh my God, that's the green-head dragon's head. Those young men and women are stewing the green-head dragon's head. Oh my God, that purple-robed young man seems to be barbecuing the green-head dragon's meat. They must have killed a green-head dragon. The green-head dragon's head in the medicine cauldron is so big. It must have reached the level of a beast sovereign. Did they kill a beast sovereign level green-head dragon? It didn't take long for someone in the crowd to recognize the green-head dragon's head. All of them were shocked and their hair stood on end. That human is barbecuing the green-head dragon. What's more, several beasts that weren't too strong immediately fled after seeing the green-head dragon's head in the medicine cauldron. They didn't dare to stay for a moment. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.